at the forefront of technology. There's constantly new advances.
Like cardiac clinical trials and breakthrough treatments for...
They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
A hotel might offer a bar, a resort, a spa. But if you want it all, dining, pools, gaming, clubs, shows, it takes more than the boardwalk. It takes a village. It takes a Borgata, where the best meals meet the hottest tables, where one pool leads to the next. Room service, bottle service, every service. It takes nothing short of a village to make your stay. So we built one. Visit theborgata.com to learn more. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Okay, so the quantum network protocol is optimized, the microservices are containerized, and I just ran a multi-threaded diagnostic.
Yeah, that was a lot of words. So my email won't keep crashing anymore, right?
Only if you try to send an attachment larger than 2 petabytes, but no promises.
Gilbert, did you just use petabytes in a sentence?
I know, right?
Hey, IT twins, is it fixed or what?
That's what we just said.
Computrex. All that matters is we know what we're talking about. IT for your small business. You want to talk? We're here. More at Computrex.u.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it
now. Little Elvis. Could never walk out on Linda Kearns. Because we love you too much, baby. Hey, we love you too much, lady. How about that? Hey, Linda.
You look ravishing. Are you sure you didn't take a spa day yesterday?
I wish.
I mean, I think we need to investigate.
It's just a good bronzer. That's all it is. Thank you, Linda. Yeah, Linda, we were texting. I don't know. I still don't know. Was it a stomach bug? Was it something I ate? I have no idea. It was like rough day. Thank you.
Well, I am glad to see you back, and I'm sure all the listeners are.
Thank you. So we're following the latest of this breaking news story out of Dallas, Texas. Just hate to hear this, and still a massive police presence. So we'll get to the latest. We've been updating you on that. Linda Kearns, did you watch yesterday, or did you see any of the president's speech yesterday to the United Nations by chance?
No, I did not, Dawn. I did see the escalator fiasco.
Good. That's where I was going.
My heavens. Like that.
It's a sin.
I mean, and again, I might be showing my age a little, but like I sometimes get nervous, like on escalators, like what if it stops or what if I don't get off in time? And my heavens. And the first lady, the way she didn't trip and fall when that suddenly stopped.
Well, first of all, it does give you a sense of the fact that you might not think that being a star runway model in 6-inch stilettos gives you any life skills. I think that our gorgeous, fabulous First Lady, Melania Trump, proved that theory wrong. Because I'm serious, runway models, you spend, since the time she was a teenager in Europe, and they used to, the mean media used to give her credit for being a top model, until, of course, President Trump became President Trump. But in all seriousness, I don't think any of us could have withstood. So in other words, the Trumps, you see them going up on this elevator, golden elevator in the UN, and she steps on, Trump is behind her a couple feet, and the thing is going, and then somebody stopped it.
It just stopped.
Jolt.
And you saw her. She kind of moved a little, but
Like,
she did
she
not
held-
fall.
yeah.
She
That's some
just-
balance.
And then she just started walking up.
That's what I loved.
I know, Dawn. I often think
here it is. Go ahead, Linda.
when I see even when I see these people get out of cars, I always say, my heavens, like
Oh.
I get out of a car, I tumble out of a car. These people, they're just so graceful.
And so just watch it as she makes her way up, and then you'll see it if you're watching on YouTube
Oh,
right
I haven't
now.
seen this.
So watch
view.
this angle, and she's in her beautiful white suit. The escalator's going, and then now
She's walking.
She's walking up. I don't see her looking back. Did you see her? See, I think she's just like, Donald, if you want to follow me, you can. I'm going. And boom, there it is. She just.
Yeah, here we
let's
go.
put it to a little music. You see it. It stops.
Yeah,
the
she kind of
jolt,
looks to the side, like
looks
what's
to the
going
side,
on?
and then continues on. She's fabulous. But in all seriousness, I'm going to say this. If this were and I'm not trying to be snarky or anything because it's a serious thing. If this were the previous administration where you had a frail, elderly President Biden, then this could have been bad. I mean, he could have broken a hip.
Yeah, I mean, he was tripping over air, let alone tripping over an escalator. No, I know. I hope they're investigating how that happened and why that happened.
Well, Caroline Leavitt. So then combine this with all of what happened. I don't know if we want to play Trump a couple of times, did crack jokes about the fact. So they have this with the escalator. Now he goes up to speak, and this happens to the prompter.
It's too bad that I had to do these things instead of the United Nations doing them. And sadly, in all cases, the United Nations did not even try to help in any of them. I ended 7 wars, dealt with the leaders of each and every one of these countries, and never even received a phone call from the United Nations offering to help in finalizing the deal. All I got from the United Nations was an escalator that on the way up stopped right in the middle. If the First Lady wasn't in great shape, she would have fallen. But she's in great shape. We're both in good shape. We both stood.
Got a little laugh there. So
and remember, Don, he's talking off the cuff there.
Yeah,
Like, our
there's no
previous
prompter.
president could not do that. Could not just talk.
Amen.
Extraneously like that. Yeah. So,
And
yeah,
then-
I think it's easy to forget if we were almost under siege.
Yeah.
in those 4 years.
Well said. And so, and I saw that Katie Pavlich of Fox, who I love her, and she was inside reporting. And so she reported a noted audio difference when Trump came up to the podium and began speaking, that other speakers right before him inside the UN the audio was better and more clear, louder, and that it was notably muted and lower. And so when Katie Pavlich apparently later asked Caroline Leavitt about it, then I saw Caroline Leavitt had put out that she and others were demanding an investigation in all seriousness, because apparently people who work for the UN were joking on social media before Trump spoke yesterday about something to the effect of, wouldn't it be funny if the prompter didn't work or things didn't work, something to that effect.
Wait,
So-
the actual employees of
Yes.
the UN? I don't understand people. I don't understand why people need to just vomit out every single thought onto social media, especially something like that. I don't get it. You know that I do a lot of divorce work. That's the first thing I tell people. Don't put everything on social media. It's going to come back to haunt you. I hope we're telling the younger people who are starting their careers, like, don't put everything on social media. You can find it later.
Yeah. So at this point, I know that Caroline Leavitt had called for an official. So I know they are looking into this to find out, were these things, I don't know if we have the audio. It's okay, Dan, but we're, in all seriousness, if you jolt an escalator shut, first of all, somebody could be hurt. That's not funny. And then the prompter and then the audio. Here she is.
What is the White House going to do about that? Well, Jesse, that's definitely what it appears to be to me. And that's why I put out a statement earlier. There was some concerning reporting over the weekend from the London Times, as you pointed out, that UN globalist staffers were basically plotting to set up the president of the United States. And first it was the escalator, then it was the teleprompter, and then Katie Pavlich from Town Hall, who we offered a seat in the press pool to cover the president's historic speech today, noticed that the audio inside of the room was much lower and different for the president of the United States than the previous speaker. So when you put all of this together, it doesn't look like a coincidence to me. And I know that we have people, including the United States Secret Service, who are looking into this to try to get to the bottom of it. And if we find that these were UN staffers who were purposefully trying to literally trip up the president and the first lady of the United States, well, there better be accountability for those people. And I will personally see to it, Jesse.
Good.
So there it was, Linda.
Yeah. And boy, thank God for Carolyn Levitt.
Yeah.
Thank God we have an administration that is not afraid to come out and just say these things and challenge these things.
Yeah. Amen. And I do think, in all seriousness, the prompter, you might think, oh, that's funny. But this is the interruption of, everybody's talking about free speech, but this is the interruption of an official proceeding. Is it not? And so, well, I don't know if that's technically an insurrection, but I'm just trying to think like a Democrat, what they would have said if somebody tried to sabotage a speech by, and I'm saying this is alleged and officially under investigation, but imagine if somebody had jolted an escalator shut for Biden, had tried to interrupt or disrupt a presidential and official act of a president of the United States of America. Do you know what I'm saying? I believe this would be, first of all, it's not even a story if you watch the mainstream media, Linda.
Right. Oh, yeah. You don't see it on them.
And but second of all, this would be a thing. I think everybody would be talking about it. We're the only ones talking about it.
Right. Well, I mean, and that's why we have conservative talk radio. And I hope there is an investigation and we figure out what it was. And if it was an accident, then they should figure out why is the escalator malfunctioning, and then we can move on. But we all know that there's a different standard for conservatives, right-leaning people than left-leaning people and what the media reports. That's just the reality.
And I also wonder if it was related to the story that broke before Trump spoke to the UN. And that was, and again, I think this is a major story, but there were 5 locations within about 35 miles of New York where these Secret Service agents, I know they were working with multiple law enforcement, they dismantled this huge network of electronic devices, like I say, multiple, at least 5 locations around the New York City area that could be used to disable the city's cell phone network. And this was, who did this and what was the goal there? But they said the system could also be used for criminal activity, 80 gram. And they also said, by the way, 300 co-located SIM servers, 100,000 SIM cards. That's what they discovered in these raids. So were they trying to disrupt? Were they trying to somehow spy on those United Nations members and get their data? I don't know what this was, but it's under investigation.
Right. I mean, bad actors have so many tools at their disposal now. It's frightening to think about.
It really is. They were anonymous, encrypted communications between potential threat actors and criminal enterprises, enabling these criminal organizations to operate undetected. What was their goal? What were they trying to do? And they had the potential to disable all those cell phone towers and shut down the cellular network in New York City. So was it for the purpose of spying? Was it for the purpose of shutting down the network or hack into it? We don't know. A lot of questions.
And Dawn, I hope we have our best and brightest on this. It's a relief to me that we're no longer talking about, well, this person's a woman and has this job, or this person, is a person of color, or this person's gay and that's why they're in that job. I just hope that we have the best and the brightest. And I think that the Trump administration is really focused on that, about hiring the right person for the job and not because of their characteristics.
Yeah, well said. I mean, Linda Kearns, when you think about, I know you're an attorney and election integrity attorney, but also here in Philadelphia is, like you say, a family attorney, divorce attorney. I want to get your thoughts about the court proceeding with Ryan Ruth. The jury came back yesterday in Florida, and unanimous guilty verdicts on all counts with a wannabe assassin. We learned some of those details. There were a lot of comments back and forth after the verdict about his daughter and his son outside court. So we'll have, maybe on the other side, we'll take a quick break, have that continuing discussion. So much going on. And we're trying to get new information as well on what's going on with that deadly shooting in Dallas with an ICE facility targeted. At Dawn Stensland on X. Be right back.
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you're never injured in a slip and fall accident, we mean it. But if you should suffer a slip and fall injury, we'll work quickly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And we mean it when we say there are never any upfront fees, ever, and we only get paid when your case is over and you get paid. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
My name is Beverly Pfeiffer. This is my husband, Craig Pfeiffer, and we've been with Crash Proof since 2024. We wanted to just sustain our growth and be able to count on what we've earned.
When you go with Crash Proof Retirement, you will never lose a dime, and you could only increase your portfolio. The 8% that we earned this year is our money. We get to keep it. It gives us the option of either increasing our principal or taking money out to use for travel, for our grandchildren. We have 3 grandchildren, and we love spoiling them with trips, with presents.
We worked hard all our life, and it's nice to be able to just sit back and just watch our money grow.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Spring Mill Country Club in Ivyland, PA on Tuesday, October 7th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
At Kitchen Magic, we believe hard work should be rewarded. And this month, we're rewarding you. As a family-owned company, proudly American-made and tariff-proof, we've built a reputation for delivering high-quality kitchen and bath remodels for over 45 years. Now, for the entire month of September, enjoy 40% off installation on every kitchen and bathroom project. It's the perfect time to bring your dream remodel to life with trusted craftsmanship and unbeatable savings. Don't wait. Call Kitchen Magic or visit kitchenmagic.com today.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at Archbishop Boyd High School on York Road in Warminster, Friday, October 10th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
With PGW Energy Sense, rebates of up to $50,000, Philadelphia businesses and building owners can lower operating costs and improve production. Visit pgwenergysense.com.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Scammers, stalkers, criminals. They're looking for your personal information and finding it easier than you think. With Incogni, you can reduce your personal information exposure on the web. Your name, address, and phone number are shared on hundreds of public websites right now. Your family details, even where you live. It's all online, collected and sold by data brokers without your consent, putting you at serious risk. Someone could show up at your door, use your information to steal your identity, send scam messages to your parents, or drain your accounts in minutes. Incogni removes your personal data from hundreds of websites that expose your details, making it much harder for the wrong people to reach you. Because if they can't find you, they can't harm you. Get 1 year of Incogni Unlimited for 55% off today at Incogni.com and let Incogni remove your personal data from the web for you. That's INCOGNI.com. Take back control of your privacy and reclaim your peace of mind.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. When it comes to protecting your home, trust matters. Trust is everything. That's why I use and only recommend Emmons Roofing and Siding. They've been doing it right for over 35 years. Emmons is family-owned, local, and reliable. So whether you need roofing, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons has you covered. And as an Owens Corning Platinum contractor, they offer lifetime warranties on the roof. So call 855-4-EMMONS or visit callemmons.com today. Peace of mind is just a call away. Tell them I sent you.
Hugh Douglas here, and I know by now you've heard of our new drink, the new Jack Daniel's Tennessee Blackberry Whiskey. It's the real deal, folks. It's bold, vibrant blackberry softened with creamy vanilla, toasted oak, and just a hint of honey. It will be the touchdown of your tailgate this season. Jack Daniel's Tennessee Blackberry, now available at your local fine wine and good spirits. Celebrate responsibly.
September's here, and so are the savings at Hester Chevrolet. Cruise in the fall with a zero down payment lease on a new 2025 Chevy Equinox EV, just $299 a month, or a new 2025 Chevy Trax, just $259 a month, or lease a new 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab, just $399 per month for 39 months. Visit Hester Chevrolet of Cherry Hill, or check us out online at HesterChevyCH.com. Call 856-400-6397 for details. Together, let's drive. Hester Chevrolet!
In the year 2021, all pet food sold comprised of 94% dry kibble. And now, 5 years later, only 61% continues to be kibble. And everything else is alternative fresh diets. At the Dogs and Cats Rule stores, we've been the leader of fresh premium foods from the beginning. Whether it be raw, gently cooked, air-dried, dehydrated, freeze-dried, and of course that previously mentioned kibble, Dogs and Cats Rule has the largest selection of cutting-edge products of any of the neighborhood pet stores. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Don Stensland, weekdays 10 till noon, only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And on the free Odyssey app.
Little Elvis.
Thank you, Dan, for playing Elvis. But I do have to give a shout out to that Jimmy Kelly. That your producer here. Yeah. He's a very nice man. A little bit nicer than Dan, I gotta say.
Oh.
He doesn't tease me like Dan. He doesn't say mean things about Elvis. Oh. So I think I like Jimmy a little better than I like Dan.
Well, wait a minute. Have you guys didn't introduce? It's actually not. So Dan.
Yeah.
Now we can't see you guys in the control room.
Well, you can't because it's giant screen here.
There we go.
Yeah, now I can see it. There we go.
So can you introduce us?
Yeah.
Introduce Linda?
Yeah. You want me to
our
introduce
audience?
Linda? Like a wrestling introduction?
Yeah, I want like
And now we have Linda!
Or like Mike Opelka always plays the introduction they played for me when I spoke at Trump's rally in front of 10,000 people.
Nice.
Where's Mike Opelka when we need him?
Exactly.
No, but we have Justin Otero today working the board. Fantastic,
yeah,
fantastic
I am not a
producer
fan
from
of
Cioli
Justin.
Show.
I'm not a fan of Justin, no.
What?
He just jumps on the Zioli bandwagon and teases my cutie Matt DeSantis.
It is well-deserved bullying of Matt DeSantis.
For those that are unaware, there's actually a prod stick here that has Linda's name on it that I passed off to Justin in the afternoons.
I love it. And at first I thought you had like a custom jersey with your last name, but it's not Otero. You've got Ohtani.
Shohei Ohtani.
Right. So, but that was cute. At first I was like, oh, cool. And then I was like, oh, wait.
Yeah, he's sporting his Phillies cap.
Something you're going to explore with this guy, Don, is he actually went to Japan. He loves Japan, and the reason for the jersey is you got that in Japan. Am I correct?
Yeah, I got it at the Japanese national team plays at Yokohama, and we stayed in Tokyo for like a week.
Cool.
So I took a quick little train trip down to Yokohama, and I got this actually in Japan.
Next up, Italy with Linda.
Dang. Nice,
Maybe
yeah.
get some,
Go with us to Italy or Spain, Portugal. All right, Linda Kearns, we want to talk about the Tylenol story. So as far as President Trump on Sunday had talked about this, that he was going to make what he believed would be one of, if not the most important announcement, as far as medical news. And so we knew that was coming. So then he, had made the announcement talking about Tylenol. And essentially, and was there with, I thought, Dr. Oz, Dr. Marty McCary.
Right, Kennedy.
Yes, HHS Director, RFK Jr., Bobby Kennedy, talking about this issue of Tylenol in pregnancy, particularly early pregnancy. So I know you wanted to talk about this issue with the acetaminophen.
Right. Oh, yeah, that's a tough one to pronounce. Well, the Wall Street Journal had a great op-ed on it today, and I think that we, as just Americans, the public, we have to be more critical thinkers. I know I try to read both the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times every day to kind of get the different viewpoints. But President Trump said, "Don't take Tylenol, fight like hell not to take it." But that's not necessarily what medical professionals advise. There are some instances possibly where a pregnant woman has a fever and it's better to reduce the fever. There's a lower risk in that than taking the Tylenol. So I think that we have to be, and he has to be very careful when he says this, like it's a big medical breakthrough. One thing I thought when I was hearing this is, I know a lot of moms who have children with autism. It's completely heartbreaking, especially the children that are not verbal. I mean, those moms and dads are going right to heaven. To raise a child with autism is so difficult. And the takeaway was almost that, Mom, you took Tylenol, so you caused your child's autism. And I hope none of the moms out there are thinking about that or have their feelings hurt by that, because that's just a horrible thing to think, because I don't think we know exactly what's causing autism. And if Tylenol is a factor, maybe, but I think that there are a lot of other factors. And I think we need to be a little bit more careful, especially when we give this type of medical advice. And President Trump has a big stage for it. And I would have liked to see just a little more caution in what he said.
Well, you worked for the administration technically, so maybe you should just go on and call him and tell him that, Linda. Good luck with that.
Yes, I represented the Trump campaign for 3 elections. Yeah, so I'm pretty familiar how they work. But I did hear him say something along the lines of, "Well, Cuba doesn't have Tylenol and they don't have autism, so Tylenol must." I mean, I'm kind of paraphrasing,
right.
But I mean, Cuba doesn't have democracy either. Like, does that mean that causes autism? So I hope that we're a little more careful, and I think we always have to be critical thinkers. You don't believe everything you read, believe everything you say. I heard on the morning show, you guys brought up a tweet from Tylenol, and then we weren't sure if the makers of Tylenol actually put out that tweet. So
yeah,
you have to be really, really careful, especially with this AI. That is scary, Dawn.
Yeah, and I found the March 7th. It's March 7th, 2017. It looks authentic. I could pull it up. I reposted it. You can look at it for yourself. And to your point, that and this is going viral, that Tylenol appears, I'll say it this way, appears to have put out back in 2017 after a significant study came out, saying that they were advising for pregnant women, especially in the first trimester, to use Tylenol judiciously, I think is the word they said, and kind of weigh the risk reward. If you have a high fever, use it, but don't pop those pills, every 3 to 6 hours, for example.
Right, and I think that's true of everything in moderation, and especially when you're pregnant under the care of a doctor.
Before I forget, since we're talking, this is a shameless family plug, if you will, but so my niece, Karamia, is autistic. I talk about her all the time. And the polar bear plunge at Mike's Seafood down the Jersey Shore in Sea Isle City. And this is a fundraiser that the Kelseys go to and that many of you go to. And they've raised hundreds of thousands of dollars for autism. And so when Karamia was born, Jeannie, my niece, said, she asked the doctors, will my daughter ever say, I love you? And they said, we're really sorry, Mrs. Monachetti, but we can't promise that. And it's doubtful because, and so sure enough, it's, I love you, Karamia, and I love you, and she's just a sweetie. And so my point to you is this, Mike's Seafood, if you go to the site, you can vote. It's up for best at the shore. So please vote and vote often. I'll tweet it out, but you can text those codes and vote for Mike. Today's the last day of voting for Mike's Seafood. And this is a family-owned, family-operated, great seafood, restaurant. I fully admit, shameful plug for my family members, but they do raise, over the years, they've raised hundreds of thousands of dollars that they donate. It's a 501c3 nonprofit. They donate right to autism.
And small businesses are the backbone of America, so
Amen.
We should support all of them.
So please vote and vote often. But yeah, to your point, the shame of it is, Linda, that the headline is all about the reaction to what they say. This is highly concerning and all of that with Tylenol. I think what the other thing is missed here is that they were saying folic acid and folate and green leafy, all these nutrients really can mitigate it. And that is very hopeful. And I think that's lost in the reporting.
And I often think too that autism, the diagnosis of autism can be somewhat subjective. And is there this significant increase, or were these just not getting diagnosed when I was a child? So that's another just aspect to it. Is autism increasing, or are the diagnostic tools just getting better or changing so that it seems like there's a lot more autistic children? So these are the things that we really need to look into. The one thing I did hear, I think Bobby Kennedy say, was that nothing was off the table as far as investigation and research. And I think that is a great way to approach it, because so many times I think that people say, well, the science is settled. We're not going there. And we saw that during COVID. It's settled. Mm-hmm. Wear a mask, be 6 feet apart, don't touch this, wipe down the tables. That's settled. Just do it. And we need to be able to challenge that, because science by definition is not settled.
Yeah. And that's just it. I think, to their point, they have all of these studies. They put all of them out there. And they said, and this is Dr. Martin McCary, who we feel like we know him well, especially like you're saying, post-pandemic and during the pandemic, Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, Dr. Oz. And so I think what they're saying is, first and foremost, talk to your doctor and have that relationship with your doctor. Second, what they're saying is, here is all of the information, and we trust you that, armed with all of these studies, have a conversation, for example, with a woman, with your doctor, your gynecologist. What are they going to tell you? And so weigh the risk reward. And previously it was like, well, you're too stupid. And so we're just going to paint this with a broad brush and say, none of you are capable to have a conversation that's intelligent with your doctor or look at these studies and evaluate. So we're just going to think for you, and all, one size fits all.
And I think we as Americans, we're busy people, and it's gotten to the point where the news we get is the headline, and we're not necessarily reading the entire article or watching the entire news conference to the end. And we have to be very careful about that, because the headline is not the news. We have to be critical thinkers and really look behind it and then make our own decisions.
Yeah, the nutrient they keep naming is leucovorin, which they're saying it's it's LEU, and then covorin, no relation to anything COVID. It just happens to be COV in the middle. But what they're saying is, it's basically, I think it's just folinic acid. I think that's what it is, and combined with like vitamin B9, and it does require a prescription. The claim here is that it greatly mitigates autism symptoms.
Okay. Well,
so that to me was news.
Right. And I think that the more that they study these things, they'll find out things like that. Whereas, painting, like you said, with a broad brush, saying no Tylenol. There is a lawsuit out there. There's plaintiffs' lawyers out there who are suing these companies. The current lawsuit was dismissed at the trial court level, so it's now on appeal. And who knows? I don't know if what President Trump said about the link, if that's going to help their lawsuit, because the judge at the trial court level in that particular lawsuit, where these plaintiffs' lawyers were trying to make the pharmaceutical companies liable for what they alleged were damages from medicines like Tylenol, the judge actually said that that there was contradictions in the research, and that their analysis did not serve to enlighten, but to obfuscate. Oh, sorry, that's a hard word to say on the radio. The weakness of the evidence. So, you know, like you guys always say, I hear you say the lawyers always win. So this is all being litigated. So, and I think that, you know, that's a good thing, that we're really kicking the tires on it and really trying to get to the bottom of all this.
Yeah, and hopefully the fact that this conversation is elevated does help. I think it's actually helpful.
I always say that, even when I don't necessarily agree with the conclusions of the administration or what they're saying, at least we're talking about it. At least we're allowed to talk about it, and it's more in the public conscious. So I think that that's a good thing, that these issues are being raised. I mean, remember the last administration, we were just worried that President Biden was going to fall or not remember his name. Yeah. So we've come a long way.
Yes, that's true. And with all the autism walks that are happening and all of that, I hope it helps donations. You know what I mean? And so I think probably some good will come out of it. If nothing else, it gives people hope for some kind of at least a treatment to mitigate it. But because I think that's for Jeannie, just having gone through that, you know, like you're saying, what a family goes through when they have a child diagnosed and they feel helpless and hopeless.
Right. And like you said, so many of the children are nonverbal, and that's all a parent wants to hear from their child, that you know, I love you, Mom, I love you, Dad. And a lot of those children can't say that. And that's horrible.
Love conquers all, right, Linda? Great. Yep. Linda Kearns. Thank you. We have to
love and lawyers. Lawyers conquer.
Well, and it's actually Zioli who says the lawyers always win. I'm quoting Rich.
Yeah.
Proper attribution.
I think he's a frustrated lawyer, because he says sometimes, he says I should have gone to law school. So
that's what Mama Zioli told him, Richie. Thanks, Linda. Hey, have you been considering purchasing an electric vehicle? My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, just a little reminder from them about the $7,500 federal tax credit on new EVs. It ends at the end of this month, September 30th. That's $7,500, $7,500 toward a new, let's say, BMW i4. What about the i5 or the i7? A Jaguar I-Pace, an Alfa Romeo Tonale PHEV, or a Mercedes-Benz EQE. Just visit your local Piazza Premium dealer before the end of this month so you get that EV you've been dreaming of. You can browse their extensive vehicle collection, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com, PIAZZA, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Kale & Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Starbucks clarifying with their teams that names can be used by customers on their coffee order as you wish.
Yes, thank you. I'm tired of these liberal women taking corporate policy in their own hands. From Office Depot to Starbucks, you're there to make $16 or whatever it is an hour and just fulfill orders, not to be an activist.
Start your day with Kale & Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
You know what's beautiful? The Jug Handle Inn. Spread your wings and enjoy good times, great friends, and amazing food. The Jug is famous for their award-winning wings. Try the Tony Bruno sauce. But they offer so much more. The Jug is perfect for lunch, dinner, or a late-night snack with monster burgers, scrumptious nachos, huge fresh salads, fries, and tots. Don't miss a minute of your Phil's action, yo. And a champion birds with great specials every day. Come rediscover the Jug Handle Inn in Cinnamons and find them online at thejughandleinn.com.
Pump up your energy savings with the new Bradford White Aerotherm G2, the only hybrid electric heat pump water heater manufactured in America using the finest components from around the world. It's a Bradford White, so it's built to be the best for years of reliable performance, top efficiency, and energy savings. Plus, rebates and tax credits could save you thousands more. How you heat your water matters. So ask your plumbing pro about the Aerotherm heat pump water heater and visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Our tribute to local attorney and election integrity attorney for under the Trump Force 47, Linda Kearns in the House.
Justin's just trying to butter me up because I said I didn't like him. I
see. We get it.
Don't act like I don't play Elvis every time you come on.
So you have a little bit of breaking news of your own having to do with Jack for Jersey, Jack Chittarelli.
Right. His sign is right here in the studio. So the campaign is looking for lawyers to volunteer to be deployed on Election Day. And if anyone who followed me in 2024 knows that I recruited over 500 lawyers to help in Pennsylvania, and I needed them. I couldn't have done it without them. And the Chittarelli campaign is looking to do the same thing. So if you are a lawyer or you know a lawyer who can volunteer on or around Election Day, you can go to the rnla.org. That's the Republican National Lawyers Association website. You can contact the Chittarelli campaign. You can go to my website, lindakearnslaw.com. My email's on there. You can email me and I can put you in touch with them. But these campaigns need volunteers and lawyers. We need lawyers in New Jersey who have the New Jersey law license, which actually a lot of people in southeastern Pennsylvania, a lot of lawyers will have that. We're licensed in both Pennsylvania and New Jersey. So if you know anybody who has a New Jersey license and is willing to help Jack, please volunteer. He really needs you.
And this is for the purpose of election integrity patrol, basically?
Yes, yeah. It'll be kind of like what I did, helping out. If you're a New Jersey resident, you'd be able to be in a polling place to help with the phone lines, to observe, to go to court. Believe me, there's going to be more roles than lawyers, so we can never have enough.
You made a difference, definitely, in the last time around.
Oh, the lawyers they were just great because for as much as everyone likes to make fun of lawyers, we do have observational skills and things that are really helpful with election. Thank you, Dawn. I appreciate that.
Well, we appreciate you, Linda Kearns. Woo! We've got breaking news around the corner. I'll update you at the top of the hour. Thank you, Linda. Until next Wednesday.
Thank you, Dawn. It was great to be here. Dan and Justin, I don't know. I'm still not too happy with you guys. But Jimmy Kelly, you were awesome. You got me coffee. So I'll see you guys next week.
See you next week, Linda. Yeah, Jimmy Kelly's mom is a listener, so she'll say, my Jimmy. Listen, we're going to update you in all seriousness at the top of the hour. A lot that's developing today will move you forward, advance some stories beyond the headlines and what's not in the headlines. Bias by omission. Be right back.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, this is Merrill Reese. My wife Cindy and I had a new roof installed by Impriano Roofing, Siding, and Windows, and we're delighted. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for over 5 decades. If you need a new roof, call Jack Impriano Roofing. Online at Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. It's good to hire Jack and his team. Remember, the best homes have an Impriano roof.
Are you looking for a career, not just another job? A place where you're valued and your work makes a difference? Scott Kia is hiring. We're looking for passionate individuals to join our team as an automotive technician. We offer competitive pay, great benefits, and an environment that supports your growth. If you're ready for a role that challenges and inspires you every day, we'd love to hear from you. Visit the Join Our Team page on scottautogroup.com to learn more. Scott Kia, driving dreams and lives forward by creating moments through professional and thoughtful service.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensling Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio meeting with his Russian counterpart, the Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. That's at the United Nations General Assembly today. So we're hearing about that meeting, and this, of course, in the wake of President Trump saying, as I said earlier, as I reported that yesterday's lengthy Truth Social post yesterday afternoon, that President Trump thinks, quote, Ukraine can win, all caps, but suggesting that Ukraine should get all of its territory back. Wow. To its original borders. And that, as I've been reporting, it's a major shift on Trump's stance on this war. I don't know how you feel about it, but in my humble opinion, when President Trump was making that trip to Alaska, and, you know, the media, many in the media were critical and many pundits were critical, saying, oh, what's he doing? And I think what he was genuinely trying to do, everything he physically could to bring forth peace. And he gave President Putin of Russia every opportunity. He did. And he can say that now. He can say, I did everything. I mean, literally met him halfway, because at that point in Alaska, that's a long flight. You think about that. And it was on a Friday, and then the long flight back, met with Putin, that whole thing. And so he stuck his neck out. And he was saying, I'll take everything you say at face value. Let's have the conversation. Let's stop the killing. I mean, the thousands and thousands each week that we've talked about on both sides, the casualties of this ongoing war that just seems never ending. So I think Trump at this point, to me, he was essentially saying, I'm washing my hands of this. I did everything I could. But at this point, he's seeing the cracks in the Russian economy. The fact that he is saying and this is tough going into winter, but he's saying to the EU, you guys are still basically paying for the war because you're buying Russian oil. And so, unfortunately, you know, they've gone to the renewables, but some of them still, they rely on the Russian oil. How can they resolve that? I have no idea. But this is Trump washing his hands of it, saying, we will, in the U.S., will continue to provide the weaponry, the power to NATO, but literally in his Truth Social post at the end said, good luck. And I think he's saying, Putin, good luck to you too. I gave you every chance. I tried. But especially when Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky, when he went on with Bret Baier, that is not something that you normally see. A leader on the world stage, the president of Ukraine, taking questions in a live riff and interview with Bret Baier, somebody who, yes, he's known over the years. And Bret Baier, by the way, I don't know if you remember this, but he did cover the Pentagon before he became the main anchor. But, so they've met before, they know each other. He's trusting him. Zelensky's trusting Baier. Okay, I get that. But still, you saw in him, he looked like a different person. He looked like somebody, the weight of the world was lifted off of him, in my humble opinion. Because that took everybody by surprise. I cannot emphasize enough what a big story this is. So Marco Rubio, who, if you listen to me and follow me on social media, I've said for a long time now, he is impressive. And in this administration, I know some of you hate on Pam Bondi. I'm a fan of her, and I think, I'll go into that later. But with Marco Rubio, if you say, who is the number one most impressive member of the cabinet or of Trump's administration, high level, right? I think it's Marco Rubio. Listen in, but think about this and just listen to him now. Every time he speaks.
So I got two clips for you, Don. I got Marco Rubio talking about Trump's role on the grand stage with Fox News, but I also have the argument where George Stephanopoulos tries to imply that U.S. aid cuts have diminished the United States' role on a global stage. Which one did you want there?
Well, now you have to do the Stephanopoulos because little George got spanked. I love this.
There you go, Justin.
We shut down AID because it was a dysfunctional organization. We moved it under the State Department. Number two, we are going to do more foreign aid than any country in the world. We're going to do more than anyone in the world again this year. But we're going to do it the right way. We're going to do it holistically. We're going to do it as part of an integrated foreign policy. We are not going to fund an NGO industrial complex that built itself up, that was taking a substantial percentage of the money and not going directly to the recipients. It was going to these organizations that had multi-billion-dollar projects and budgets. We're not going to continue to do it that way. We are going to provide aid. We're providing aid now. We just rolled out our new initiative on health. It's going to be much more successful and much more effective. We're going to enter into direct compacts with the countries. We're going to empower our embassies and our ambassadors to direct which projects we fund and how much money countries are going to be receiving. So we are restructuring the way we do aid. It's going to be far more effective, and it's going to be integrated into our holistic foreign policy.
That's all in the future. But are you standing by that comment? You're saying that no one has died?
No, it's happening now. That's
no
not in the future.
No one has died because of the aid cuts? Are all those aid organizations
That's
lying?
ridiculous. Well, first of all, then they died because England didn't give enough money, or Canada didn't give more, or China did. Let's blame the other countries who don't do any foreign aid. How about China? I mean, China's the second largest economy in the world. They don't give money to these projects.
So you're no longer disputing that the aid cuts have cost people's
money?
lives. You're no longer disputing that.
It didn't. I think anybody who tells you that somehow it's the United States, if we cut $1, somehow we're responsible for some horrific thing that's going on in the world is just not true.
That was the best beatdown, since, who was it? Nancy Mace. I mean, George Stephanopoulos just, he does this. And in the past, it depends on who he's interviewing, but he gets on this point where he'll ask the question and then he just repeats himself. USAID, so they didn't get the USAID, so they didn't get. And sometimes he'll throw people because even though it's easy to be a Monday morning quarterback, you know what I mean, on your Sunday morning after church, whatever, and you're watching these shows and you're saying, oh, come on, this is not easy to do, even though Secretary of State Marco Rubio makes it look so easy. He's so good. And then what's the other clip you had of him? Is that from today or yesterday? What's that one?
Yeah.
Let's hear that.
Oh, can you pop me up there, Justin? Thank you.
Thank you, Justin.
So they can say whatever they want to say. The truth of the matter is that we have leaders. We have meetings going on today that we have leaders begging to be a part of it. They are calling, saying, "Can we be included? Can you bring us in? Can you get me 5 minutes to shake the president's hand?" He is the indispensable leader in the world right now. He is the only one who has any chance of not just brokering a deal to end the war with Russia and Ukraine, but also bringing about the war that's going and getting all the hostages released in Gaza. And I think he's put more time and energy into peace proposals and peace initiatives than anybody else in the world, and he's had the most success of anybody else in the world. He doesn't get a lot of credit, but let's not forget the DRC and Rwanda had a war going on. It's the president that's brokered that. Azerbaijan and Armenia, it's the president that brought that about. Thailand and Cambodia, it's the president that brought that end of that about. India and Pakistan, that's just 4 right off the top of my head in the last few months. And the president's the one that did that, not any other leader in the world, and not the UN.
Boom. He says it so matter-of-factly and with credibility, and so he's a contender. And I do wonder, and Dan, I sent you the Instagram. My sons are like, "Mom, you got to get on Insta. What are you doing on X?" So I'm trying to be better.
Is X not cool anymore?
It's not cool.
Oh.
I know. For teens and college age, no. It's like so.
Really?
It's so mid.
Justin's shaking his head over here. Like,
it's so mid.
Not cool. What's cool now?
It's either Instagram or TikTok.
See, and you're not even a teenager, so you can imagine for a teenager, they're like, yeah, my ancient, that like we're all ancient, like made of stone or whatever. So I'm trying to be better. So I was on Insta, and I started. I'm going to get better. I'm trying to do what the first lady says: be best, darling, be best. But Jeanette Rubio. So she posted this picture where she's gorgeous and she's wearing this white gown. She looks like an angel. So she's Colombian. And then Marco Rubio, fabulous. And he's Cuban, of Colombian heritage and Cuban heritage, what I mean. And they are such a power couple. And I've seen, obviously, I've covered them for years. But when I saw this particular photo, when I saw some of their latest photos, I thought, wow. What is the first thing that strikes you when you see that the one picture Jeanette just posted? I don't know, and she's wearing the white. And what is the first thing that you think when you see that picture? What do you think?
He's batting way out of his league. Is honestly the first thing I think of.
By the way, they've been married forever. They met when she was 17. They were very young and dated for years, and then were married. But they've been married, many decades. Happy marriage and total power couple. But just tell me if you were watching us.
Yeah, youtube.com/@1210WPHT.
So if you're watching us on YouTube, but if you're not, I will describe that they look. When I looked at it, I was like, wow, I see them as a first couple. I mean, it's just like, I know that I shouldn't say this because everything is not your looks, right? But in reality, we as Americans, and this is a problem for us, truthfully, we as Americans, we're so visual. We make everything about the look. And so you look at this picture thank you.
Is that skin all the way down the side? That slit?
Yes.
Wow.
Stunning, elegant. Yeah. Her hair is pulled back. And so he's in a tux, looking fabulous. Not that anybody's looking at you, Marco, even though he's a very handsome, debonair
who cares about him?
Man. But she's, her hair is pulled back, blonde hair, big brown eyes, and just elegant. This beautiful gown. But as Dan is saying, with the subtle sort of showing the skin down the leg, I mean, really gorgeous. I just couldn't help but think wow, that's POTUS. That's, presidential look. Wow. They've got the look. And then you think of it, I think to me, the Rubios have arrived. And I don't care what anybody says. When you have this couple, both, I think his grandfather or father came to this country escaping Castro, right? And so he's now, early 50s. She's barely 50. But I think the Rubios have arrived. And so on one hand, as a conservative Republican, which I am, I think to myself, wow, we have such a deep bench moving forward to 2028. But when you think about the fact that, because I love the Vances, I love Usha Vance, I love JD Vance, but they're like a decade younger. And so this is going to be an incredible 2028. I don't even think that the Democrats have a contender. It's going to be kind of a joke on their side. I think the real question for Republicans and for the others and those libertarians and all of that the debate will be, is it JD Vance or is it Marco Rubio? And I think that is the next great debate that everybody has to hash out, in my opinion. You can let us know, 855-839-1210. And I know this is a little controversial because I love JD Vance. I adore him. His wife, Usha, she's amazing and brilliant and fabulous. But this, to me, and there are many other, Congressman Donalds, I love him. But is he a national name yet? Is he ready yet? I think he's in the future. But I'm just not sure. But as far as the top of the ticket in 2028, that's going to be a battle. And that will be the decision that, I look forward to it because I think Republicans own it. But these are two incredible contenders for 2028. And so that's the next great question, in my humble opinion. You can let me know, like I say, 855-839-1210. All right, quick break. We still don't have the news conference out of Dallas, Texas. What is going on here? Initially, the media there were credible reports that were claiming this was an ICE targeted facility, but maybe not in the way everybody thought. So we'll get to the latest on that one. So much else, a ton of Trump news, ton of local news. Be right back.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. So excited to announce our next official Politics and Pints with the #1 guy, Jack Carr. You heard that right. International best-selling author, Navy SEAL Jack Carr, Monday, October 13th, 7:30 p.m., the Zlock Performing Arts Center at Bucks County Community College in Newtown, PA. I'm going to sit down with Jack, an incredible discussion on his Cry Havoc book tour, the latest release in the James Reese series. Get your tickets today. It will sell out. 1210WPHT.com.
When the whistle blows, the savings begin at Colonial Hyundai. John Ashdale, the car czar, has the playbook, and you score big during the Blow the Whistle sales event.
Here's a customer who's got the ball. Look at these offers.
A brand new 2025 Hyundai Palisade for $399 a month. A 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe for only $299 a month.
And she scores with a 2025 Hyundai Tucson for only $199 per month, only at Colonial Hyundai.
Oh, wow. Here comes a trade that has taken some heavy hits.
No worries. Colonial Hyundai will give you $6,500 for your trade. Guaranteed, no matter the condition.
Touchdown! And every new Hyundai comes with the best protection in the game. America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Get off the sidelines, run to Colonial Hyundai in Downingtown, or shop online at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai.
COLONIAL, Colonial.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I want to tell you about a company that doesn't just do business in the area. They are an actual part of the community. Emmons Roofing and Siding. Emmons is family-owned and operated and local for more than 35 years. They treat your home like it's their own. Roofing, siding, windows, and doors, Emmons does it all. And with their Owen Corning Platinum status, you're getting lifetime protection. Don't mess around. Trust Emmons just like I do. Call them today at 855-4-EMMONS or go to callemmons.com and tell them I sent you.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/free. QUO.com/free.
This Merrill Reese update is brought to you by PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865.
Supposedly, Vince Lombardi once said, winning isn't everything, it's the only thing. Yes, in the standings, winning's all that counts. But even though we rejoice when the Birds beat the Rams, I'd have still been impressed if Joshua Carty's final field goal attempt had been good. This team displayed so much heart the way they bounced back from a 19-point deficit. A game like that will only add to their confidence going forward. When you have a leader like Jalen Hurts, anything's possible. With the Eagles, this is Merrill Reese. Whether it's midfield or in the red zone, our hometown team can handle anything thrown their way. That's why PNC is proud to be the presenting sponsor of the Eagles Radio Network and support the team's dedication to smart, tested tactics. Being adaptable and preparing a solid strategy pays off. And just like any big game, when it comes to your finances, there is a lot on the line. Having a dependable team allows you to make the plays you need to reach your goals. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Yeah, I wish I could report to you that there is Philadelphia freedom of school choice, which we were promised on the campaign trail by Governor Josh Shapiro. As I always remind you, Josh Shapiro, while campaigning, even went on Fox News, was widely praised because he promised and advocated for school choice. But then, it was not a promise kept. And in fact, he line item vetoed that provision. Remember that one? It was a shame, a sin, as I say. So we want to continue the conversation. I cannot stress this enough. And you know this, that education is the key to solving society's problems. That depending on what zip code, and this is proven by study after study. So here in Philadelphia, not that I want to make excuses, but if you look at anything that's happening in the city of Philadelphia, I can pretty much look at somebody's zip code as to where they live, and you can predict the outcome of their life. It's like a horrible destiny because of what is surrounding them, and that these kids were promised, and they were lied to, but they were promised school choice, their parents, their caregivers, their grandparents, and yet it's a denial. And not just schools where these are poor performing schools, but your transportation, especially if you're a middle or high school student, you do not have a school bus like the suburban white kids have. No. You got to take SEPTA. Think about that. Think about the crime-ridden SEPTA. I know they're cracking down on it, but let's be real. Suburban, mostly white kids get basically, those yellow school buses, pretty much door-to-door service. Not for our Philadelphia kids. And then think about the way that you're recruited, basically stalked by gangbangers as you're trying to get to and from school. How often do I report on little kids? I just reported on one this morning who are essentially stalked by these, gang members and whatnot and harassed. And so all of the odds again are against our kids' school choice. High quality schools that can actually make a difference immediately in the lives of these kids. And so that's what draws me to someone like Brian Jodis, who serves as the National Press Secretary for the American Federation for Children. 15 years of high-quality experience working closely with AFC to advance these school choice issues that I know so many of you are passionate about. Brian, it's my honor to have you here today. Thank you for all your work.
No, it's a pleasure. It's great to be with you, Dawn, and with your listeners and watchers today. Excited to talk about this.
So take me through it as far as what you are, we look at the latest, and thank you. You had, emailed some of the latest stats, if you will, all of these different studies, whether there are new ones, there's a new national poll just out. But we could go through over the years and talk about the fact that studies prove this is a no-brainer. But for you have the latest surveys and evidence, Brian, as far as the fact that people want this and yearn for this.
Yeah, Don, you're exactly right. And you really nailed it on the lead in too, because you painted the picture of what families across not only the Keystone State, not only across Philadelphia, but across the country have been feeling for years is that because of your zip code, they've often felt trapped in this system that doesn't meet their needs. And it's why we fought so hard, and you're such a believer in as well, this idea that regardless of where you live, regardless of where you come from, you should be empowered to send your kid to the school that best meets their needs. Find the place, whether that's public, charter, private, or homeschooling, find the place that will best meet their needs. We got to have the policies match up with what the public wants. And here's what our new poll just came out yesterday shows us: 73% of voters believe in school choice. 55% believe regardless of where you are, you should be able to get it. And so the vast majority of Americans want this. In fact, we even have polling out of Pennsylvania specifically from April that showed that 71% of Pennsylvania voters believe in this idea of school choice as well. And so it's wildly popular. It's not this controversial idea, because when you talk to real parents and families about it, they just want what's best for their kids. They want the money to be able to follow the child to the school that will best meet their needs. And we're seeing it play out. You've got some school choice in Pennsylvania. You need a lot more. We need to see the governor opt in on this federal scholarship tax credit that was part of the One Big Beautiful Bill. So there really is a path forward to create what we believe can be a golden age in American education.
And so actually, before we go, I do want to get to the next point, which is talking about whether people are Republicans, Independents, or Democrats, because that was an interesting polling question. But take me through this federal tax credit, because you have some great numbers on it. 64% of the voters favor states opting into it. What does it involve, this federal tax credit?
Yeah, it really is incredible, Donna. Here's what happened. I think it's one of the best provisions of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, and it is a federal scholarship tax credit. So essentially what's going to happen is, starting in 2027, taxpayers, donors across the country can donate to state-based SGOs. The key now is that governors and states have to opt into that. We can talk a little bit more about what that'll look like. But you'll be able to donate $1,700 to a state-based SGO, and those dollars can go directly to kids in your state to be able to use for educational services. Things like tuition, tutoring, transportation, curriculum, special needs services. So it really is a revolutionary way to sort of unlock this code in the tax system to be able to help kids across the country. And what we've seen is bring real school choice to all 50 states, right? We've seen great educational policy passed in states across the country, but we've not seen it get everywhere. And what we want to have access to is equal access for families to be able to get some dollars like this to help their kids. And in those bluest of blue states, think you New York and California, is where their state legislatures won't even pass the most modest of school choice programs. This really can be a lifeline for a lot of families. And it's great for taxpayers, $1,700 off the top of your tax bill. That's great for taxpayers, great incentive. Donor-driven support doesn't cost the state a single dime. There's no money that has to be impacted in your state budget, and then it can help kids right in your state. It really is a win-win and a no-brainer.
And so for this one, just to be clear, you can earmark that money. In other words, you're here in Pennsylvania, and I'm blanking on it right now because I've done it before, but it's for my kids' little Christian school run by the Sisters of St. Joseph from, K through 8th.
Right.
We could earmark some of our state tax dollars. So it's tax that we're already going to make, that we're already going to pay. We would just earmark it for, let's say, your kids or your grandkids or a local school that's a private little school.
So there are a couple details in this that are a little different from that specifically. So what families and donors will be able to do are find these state-based SGOs, and then they'll be able to donate to them. So maybe they can find one that aligns with their values or what kind of schools they'd want to contribute to. You can't earmark it for a specific kid, and it's got to serve more than 10 kids from more than 2 schools. Right, from more than one school. So essentially, as long as the SGOs are serving more than one school, 2 schools, so you could set up, say, a Catholic SGO, you could set up a Jewish school SGO, any of these would be applicable. And then you could donate to those SGOs, and then they'd be able to help kids across those kinds of schools. So you can't earmark for a specific kid and say, look, I want this to go to my grandchild or my children, but you can donate into these SGOs that you would like to contribute to, and then they can help those kids that way.
Yeah. It's a little bit different, but I think it's is it the EITC here in Pennsylvania? Forgive me, but
right. So you've got some tax credit opportunities. You've got a few different programs that are serving, a good amount of kids. Obviously, more money can go into those and more kids can be served. And that's kind of the beauty of this. So in Pennsylvania, you have some programs. We'd advocate not enough, but this could then be stacked on top of that to be able to help kids. Or in those areas where maybe families can't get access to those programs, they'd be able to use this as well. So that's another reason why it's a win-win. And I really can't stress this enough because we've seen some governors flat out say no right away. Wisconsin has said no right away. Oregon said no right away. New Mexico said no right away. But you're not talking about taking a single dime from your state budget. So this argument that we hear that, these private school programs are siphoning money away from public schools, obviously we know that's not true. It's specifically not true in the case of this. It won't impact your state budget at all. Donor-driven support to help kids. And the real question is when governors are thinking about this, you mentioned Governor Shapiro, he should absolutely opt in on this because when you're thinking about it, essentially what you'd say if you say no is you'd prefer Pennsylvania donors to send that money out of the state?
Yeah.
You'd prefer it to go to Ohio or my home state of North Carolina? We'd be happy to take it where I live in North Carolina now. I'm sure they'd love it in Florida, but wouldn't you rather keep those educational dollars in your home state?
Yeah, absolutely. And so it's a scholarship granting organization. That's what SGO stands for.
That's right. That's right. And we have a bunch of details, federalscholarships.com. I'd encourage your listeners to go check that out, you as well. All the information's there. And that's really the beauty of it, right? These SGOs can exist to serve kids in all different makes and models for all different reasons. And it really lets taxpayers, help be a part of this in maybe a way they never have been before.
Yeah, to your point, it's a no-brainer. And so, but the other problem, as you and I both know, this is not being reported on by the media because you can only imagine if the so-called mainstream media just goes out here in Philadelphia and goes out with a camera crew and says, did you know that you could get, and they say, what? But nobody will publicize it. So people don't even know, to your point about the.
Well, that's why we're so grateful for the chance to come speak with you, right? And then we can continue to talk about this. And look, we are up against a giant in the teachers unions, right? The big schooling teachers unions have a grasp on this, and they're funded to the tune of $3 billion a year running through their coffers across the country. I mean, that's really incredible. And it's an uphill fight, but when you ask parents and families about it, they absolutely want it. And it's clear that something's got to change. I mean, the nation's most recent report card shows that kids across the country are falling further and further behind. You don't need me to tell you, in Philadelphia, they continue to fall further and further behind. 15% of eighth graders in Philly public schools are proficient in math. 15%. Something drastic has to change. School choice can be a huge part of that, and unlocking a program like this can absolutely help. I got a great example, Don, that I think you'll love that really shows the disparity, right? Philly public schools are spending probably to the tune of $20,000 a kid would be my guess.
At least.
They're falling further and further behind. I love this example. Father Judge High School, Philadelphia private school, all boys school, really focused on vocation, getting these young men into the workforce. Their tuition's about $9,700, and they're sending these young men directly to good paying jobs, $70,000, $75,000, $80,000 a year right into the workforce, and they're spending half that on their students. So money's not the problem. It's finding innovative ways to unlock some real educational freedom and get these kids in the environment that best meets their needs. Because if you tell a young man, I can send you right into the workforce making real money like that, that's going to impact your local economy and your community right there in Philly. Again, it seems like a no-brainer.
And, I have so many family and friends, and even our priest, Father John, I'm going to hear that you gave Father Judge a shout out. Oh, great move.
Well, I had to. And my loving wife, who went to Archbishop Ryan, by the way, loves that example as well, because it shows how this really can help the end user. We often lose sight of this. Yeah. We talk so much about buildings and adults, and that's the beauty of the school choice movement, because it's empowering parents, families, it's empowering students, and that's why the teachers union fights us so hard on it.
Brian Jodas, American Federation for Children. Hope you come back. Let's continue the conversation. Thank you so much, Brian.
Yeah, anytime. Thank you.
Absolutely. So we will have him back. A lot of numbers giving out, and the number I was going to refer to from their survey is simply that whether they're Republicans, Independent, Democrats, across the board pretty much, everybody wants this school choice, whether it's the federal or local, they can't get it enough, right? And so it's just a no-brainer. So we really appreciate the American Federation for Children advocating for this. We've got a ton of breaking news. I want to update you right around the corner. Quick break. Thanks for being here. Be right back.
It's Nick Kale here. Have you been thinking about driving an electric vehicle? Well, my friends at the Piazza Auto Group want you to lock in your $7,500 federal EV tax credit before it ends. That's $7,500 towards the purchase of a new Hyundai Ioniq 5, 6, or 9, a Volkswagen ID4 or ID Buzz, a Genesis GV60 or GV70, and more. Visit your local Piazza dealer before September 30th to take advantage of the EV tax credit and inquire about additional savings. Shop their impressive selection today at PiazzaAutogroup.com.
Get ready for
your workouts will.
Stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
As you go through your end-of-season to-dos, add Call Horizon Cooling and Heating to the checklist. You wouldn't send your kids to school unprepared, so don't send your air conditioner into hibernation without a checkup from our specialists. If you've noticed your system struggling, weird sounds, smells, or changes in airflow, let's fix it now. Right now, install a new HVAC system and get up to $1,150 in rebates and 0% interest financing. Book today, and help is on the way. HorizonServices.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
At Kitchen Magic, we believe hard work should be rewarded. And this month, we're rewarding you. As a family-owned company, proudly American-made and tariff-proof, we've built a reputation for delivering high-quality kitchen and bath remodels for over 45 years. Now, for the entire month of September, enjoy 40% off installation on every kitchen and bathroom project. It's the perfect time to bring your dream remodel to life with trusted craftsmanship and unbeatable savings. Don't wait. Call Kitchen Magic or visit kitchenmagic.com today.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
Weather sponsored by Moderna.
The forecast remains unsettled as we head through the rest of the work week. We'll see clouds with some sunshine today. It'll be humid with a high of around 83. Tonight, mostly cloudy, chance for a few showers and a possible thunderstorm, low near 70. And for Thursday, cloudy skies with some showers and storms, some heavy rain possible with a high near 80.
Mnexspike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna, is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Early evidence
that we've seen from rounds that were found, evidence that we've seen from rounds that were found near the suspected shooter contain messages that are anti-ICE in nature.
So this is the breaking news story as we're getting the briefings, the live briefings, a deadly Dallas shooting, a targeted attack with 2 ICE detainees killed. That's the report that we're getting. I know that Senator Ted Cruz also was speaking, but local officials there. So let's listen in to a little bit of this briefing.
Violence is wrong. Politically motivated violence is wrong. It was 2 weeks ago today that we saw a political assassination in Utah that tore the heart out of much of this country. This is the 3rd shooting in Texas directed at ICE or CBP. This must stop. To every politician who is using rhetoric demonizing ICE and demonizing CBP, stop. To every politician demanding that ICE agents be doxxed and calling for people to go after their families, stop. This has very real consequences. Look, in America, we disagree. That's fine. That's the democratic process. But your political opponents are not Nazis. We need to learn to work together without demonizing each other, without attacking each other. And I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you to the brave men and women of law enforcement. I want to say thank you to the brave men and women of ICE and CBP and everyone who puts their lives on the line to keep us safe.
So I just want to interject really quick, if I may. I know that Senator Cruz, in a moment, he brings back Agent Joe Rothrock of the field office there. It's important to clarify here that although they're calling this a targeted attack that happened during the loading or unloading of a bus of detainees at this ICE facility in Dallas, Texas, it is important to note, thank God, no law enforcement agents were injured in this shooting, according to the Dallas police and as well as the acting director of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. And so a huge presence that's been going on for many hours. The sniper reportedly, the shooter reportedly then took his own life, shot himself. And so this, as it's still a breaking news situation, but let's return to the news conference.
Transparency as those details become available, but we are still in the early stages of an investigation. Information is still coming in. When we have more details, we will come back to this group. I'm not going to be identifying victims at this time. The only thing I will confirm at this time is no law enforcement was injured. Certainly you can respect law enforcement's need to make notifications. At this point in time, we're not going to take any additional questions from law enforcement. Again, I'd ask for you to respect the fact that this is an ongoing investigation. And as more details come available...
We're not asking for the names of the victims.
I understand.
In a general sense, if the victims are the detainees...
The only thing I can say right now is no law enforcement was injured this morning as part of the attack. I won't be taking any more questions, neither will law enforcement this time. We'll come back to you later today or in the coming days when we have additional information. Thank you for your time.
Thank you a lot.
Okay, so that news conference, and by the way, the second, if you're listening or watching on YouTube, so that's Joe Rothrock, who is the other gentleman, the FBI's Dallas field office head, special agent in charge, Joe Rothrock. He was speaking at the news conference along with then Senator Ted Cruz comes up and talks about the targeted type violence and brings it into a broader issue. And you can hear, the news reporters at this point, I can tell you from experience, although Ted Cruz is, obviously a good speaker and wants to, really give an umbrella view, if you will, of what's going on here. But as a news reporter on the scene, you want to find out first and foremost, what are the details here? So now we are learning from the FBI, sources within the FBI, and this is being widely reported, CNN, whether it's CNN or NBC, New York Post, Fox News, they're all reporting on the fact that the FBI did reveal that ammo, the casings used by this shooter, this sniper who was atop an adjacent building who opened fire at this immigration facility in Dallas, Texas, indeed had, quote, anti-ICE messages.
Early evidence that we've seen from rounds that were found near the suspected shooter contain messages that are anti-ICE in nature.
So what does that mean? So that's why you hear the press pool there. Usually I am always watching the press pool and what they're asking, but these are legitimate questions because the confusion here is that initially when this was being reported, it was either being there was disinformation or misinformation or people wrongfully inferring things, and that's why you never can do that, that it was being targeted at the law enforcement officers. And so the question is, I believe, the question by some of those in the media there, was the shooter targeting the detainees who reportedly were hit and shot, or were they targeting the law enforcement officers? Who was being targeted? Because if this person is anti-ICE, are they anti-law enforcement or are they anti-illegal individual? Do you see what I'm saying here? And so I think that's the cause for confusion within the reporting, and that's why those reporting have to be really careful. You can never assume who is the target. So the bottom line here, no law enforcement injured. Who was the target here by this shooter? Is this shooter having an anti-ICE message because they're anti-law enforcement, or are they anti-illegal individual? I don't have the answers for you. I'm simply trying to report to you, and that's a critical piece of this, especially in light of the fact that, you know, we've seen the high-profile Gavin Newsom, who clearly is a contender for the 2028 job. There's no question he's going to run for president. But Gavin Newsom just recently gave a very high-profile speech, as he has done, and certainly others have, politicized the issue and have said that, you know, ICE law enforcement should not wear a mask when they're on some of the raids, etc., and have blamed the law enforcement officers. To me personally, I think that if you are a government official or lawmaker, do not ever demonize anybody who's doing a job and following orders, especially when we know law enforcement officers at every level have been the targets of violence. And I think that's the mistake here. Blame the policymakers. Okay, so if you don't like the policy of President Trump or what he ran on, then blame Trump at the top of the ticket, or blame lawmakers for the laws that they've, you know, voted in. But I would simply say to you that it's low-hanging fruit. It's pretty easy to target that law enforcement officer who, by the way, you have no idea. You have no idea what that particular law enforcement officer or that National Guardsman or woman, you don't know their politics, and you have no idea what that individual feels about what their job is. They're following orders. This is their job. So stop demonizing them and making them an easy target, no matter what. In this case, however, we don't know all the details here. And it sounds to me like they've not yet fully cleared the scene there. They're still investigating and still looking for all the answers. So I just wanted to give it to you straight. Dawn Stensland reporting here from Odyssey World Headquarters in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. We'll take a quick break. 855-839-1210. Be right back.
It's the perfect time to get inside a new Toyota at Tri-County Toyota. Right now, lease a new 2025 Tacoma 4-wheel drive double cab SR5 for just $239 a month for 36 months. Or buy and get rates as low as 2.99% for 48 months. Or check out a new 2025 RAV4 and lease for $289 a month for 36 months. Or get 4.7% financing for 60 months. Visit us online at TriCountyToyota.com to see more.
Still asleep?
Out cold.
Caitlin! Let's go, honey! It's 11.
I've tried everything. Texted, knocked, even DM'd her. I might be blocked.
Okay, time to break out the Hatfield.
Oh, sweet. Bacon. And it's only 11? What a morning.
When better care leads to better pork, it's irresistible. Hatfield Pork. Better care, better pork. Find yours at simplyhatfield.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
At California Psychics, we know that sometimes you can wake up thinking,
I don't know if I'm in the right career, or the right relationship.
But whatever your life dilemma, at California Psychics, we'll give you the guidance you need to feel certain about your life choices. And because we only connect you with the very best, we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
You know what's beautiful? The Jug Handle Inn. Spread your wings and enjoy good times, great friends, and amazing food. The Jug is famous for their award-winning wings. Try the Tony Bruno sauce. But they offer so much more. The Jug is perfect for lunch, dinner, or a late-night snack with monster burgers, scrumptious nachos, huge fresh salads, fries, and tots. Don't miss a minute of your Phil's action, yo. And a champion birds with great specials every day. Come rediscover the Jug Handle Inn in Cinnamons and find them online at thejughandleinn.com.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation, and Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Saving for retirement is one thing. Making your money last? Well, you might need some help. Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Royers Ford, remember to tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
We are flying by. So the United Nations, just to follow up on a couple things, and then, you know, I love Melania Trump, our fabulous First Lady. But so I'll get to her because she spoke too at the United Nations. But the UN did issue a statement about that stopped escalator, which abruptly stopped while the president and first lady were on the escalator. Okay, it just jolted to a stop. We showed you that and talked about it. And so it says, and so they are apparently responding to this investigation, which is ongoing, which I had been reporting, the White House calling for such an investigation. And so Trump had said that the prompter was broken. The escalator came to that sudden halt as they were riding up to, you know, speak at the podium. And so...
I do have Levitt if you want that.
Okay.
Caroline Levitt, here you go.
UN globalist staffers were basically plotting to set up the President of the United States. And first it was the escalator, then it was the teleprompter, and then Katie Pavlich from Town Hall, who we offered a seat in the press pool to cover the President's historic speech today, noticed that the audio inside of the room was much lower and different for the President of the United States than the previous speaker. So when you put all of this together, it doesn't look like a coincidence to me. And I know that we have people, including the United States Secret Service, who are looking into this to try to get to the bottom of it. And if we find that these were UN staffers who were purposefully trying to literally trip up the President and the First Lady of the United States, well, there better be accountability for those people.
So here's the statement from the UN. It says that their technician who was at the location reset the escalator as soon as the delegation had climbed up to the second floor. And now they're looking at they're investigating into a readout of the machine's central processing unit. But what they're blaming is that there was a photographer who was standing at the top of the escalator and was sort of riding backwards, which photographers and videographers, they're fabulous. They do this all the time. And so they're saying that the safety mechanism in the escalator is designed to prevent people or objects accidentally being caught or stuck in or pulled into the gearing. And they're claiming that the videographer may have inadvertently triggered that safety function described above. I don't think that makes sense, but the investigation hopefully will show us what exactly happened. Real quick here, let's listen in to the First Lady as she was addressing the United Nations in her speech.
Sorry about that, Dom. We don't have that.
Ready okay.
To go. Yeah,
that's all right. We were running out of time.
Here you go, Dom.
Okay.
Yep, here you go.
Nothing comes before safety.
Ironic.
We must safeguard healthy environments for our children, protect their personal freedom, their confidence, and motivation. Safety multiplies innovation. Since technology is evolving at a pace that exceeds lawmaking, we must identify simple solutions to protect our children's ingenuity. Remember, our next generation will also teach to revolutionize how we live, travel, design, and connect.
So the First Lady hosting world leaders' spouses as well on the sidelines of the UN General Assembly yesterday, and was in part announcing this, launch of the Coalition on Children's Well-Being, as well as artificial intelligence safety that she has talked a lot about. So again, addressing the United Nations. So she only spoke for about, 4 minutes, but President Trump spoke for about an hour. Dom Giordano, my favorite moment was when the prompter was down. And if they did it on purpose, there was a moment where the president referenced the First Lady, and she just had this look on her face like she was smiling. And I thought her thought bubble said, if you thought that my husband would be truncated in his speech, darling, you are sadly mistaken, because now he will reef, and he will reef in his speech. And he did.
Dawn, have you been sitting on that the last hour, plotting that's where this would drop? I could see 11:56:02. Yeah. No, my favorite moment is people touching the escalator side. Stop doing that.
Yeah, did you know he's really?
I'm serious about
I don't want to use
that.
the A word there, but yes, he refuses to touch the sides of the escalator.
Yes.
Oh God.
Germaphobes.
Yes. I think it is germy.
Oh, totally.
Yeah, and they force you to put both sides to walk up now. That's what happened. Hey, Dawn, we have Colonel Alan West in Dallas. The breaking news, of course. The FBI in charge says the casings were anti-ice in this shooting. And I watched Kimmel live last night. I'm a glutton for punishment. It is beyond insufferable, yet De Niro on my Twitter is beating him of who had more TSD last night.
I love it. A great Dom show just ahead.
Scammers, stalkers, criminals. They're looking for your personal information and finding it easier than you think. With Incogni, you can reduce your personal information exposure on the web. Your name, address, and phone number are shared on hundreds of public websites right now. Your family details, even where you live. It's all online, collected and sold by data brokers without your consent, putting you at serious risk. Someone could show up at your door, use your information to steal your identity, send scam messages to your parents, or drain your accounts in minutes. Incogni removes your personal data from hundreds of websites that expose your details, making it much harder for the wrong people to reach you. Because if they can't find you, they can't harm you. Get 1 year of Incogni Unlimited for 55% off today at Incogni.com and let Incogni remove your personal data from the web for you. That's INCOGNI.com. Take back control of your privacy and reclaim your peace of mind.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. My grandfather Marvin, a World War II vet, started our family business almost 75 years ago. He knew every customer personally. Today, the HVAC business has changed. Most guys like me have sold out to larger private equity firms, making most of my competitors a bunch of overpriced corporate rodeo clowns. If you want an HVAC company that's big enough to get you fast, but small enough to care and know who you are, then contact us at Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Go to marvinekanze.com.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Fall means football, and the ultimate game plan starts in your kitchen. At D&K Appliances, we carry winning brands like GE, Bosch, Wolf, and Sub-Zero. So whether it's game day grilling, chilling drinks, or post-game cleanup, we've got you covered. Family-owned with personalized service. D&K Appliances delivers, installs, and supports every play. Visit our showrooms in Newtown Square or Flowertown, or online at dkappliances.com. D&K Appliances, the dependable difference.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just 1 day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit pidentalcenter.com.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time.
The local law enforcement, specifically the Dallas Police Department, for their quick and timely response. I can confirm at this time that the FBI is investigating this incident as an act of targeted violence. It is unfortunately just the most recent example we've seen of targeted violence, to include here in North Texas, where back on July 4th, we saw a coordinated attack carried out against an immigration detention center in Alvarado, Texas. What I can also share with you is that early evidence that we've seen from rounds that were found near the suspected shooter contain messages that are anti-ICE in nature. Again, this is just the most recent example of this type of attack. This will be a whole of government response.
All right, there you go. So finally, an FBI agent, these hearings where everybody praises everybody and nobody says anything, saying it, the casings were anti-ICE. So this plays into Kimmel last night. I'd love to hear from you if you were watching it in real time. Maybe you didn't watch it. Why, in my Twitter poll, you can join in at Dom Show 1210, is Robert De Niro beating the daylights out of Jimmy Kimmel when I asked who had more TDS last night. I watched De Niro. It was insufferable on top of insufferable. And the vaunted monologue, which cleverly, not even cleverly, he just stone cold, didn't apologize, didn't even say Charlie Kirk's name. The Charlie Kirk people have rejected this. And he tried to, this is what Obama used to do, put up a straw man. It's not about the First Amendment. It's not about a joke. It wasn't a joke that we're talking about. It's the fact you lied. And it's the fact that you then tried to squirm out of this by saying, let's stop pointing fingers. Let's not say that the violence is coming from the left. This was just a deranged guy who shot Charlie Kirk. Yeah, he's deranged, but it is from the left. It is from the trans portion of this. There is no doubt in my mind or your mind. And yet he's being touted as a tour de force last night. We'll see what the affiliates think. We'll see. It's about a quarter of his audience. So here's the part dancing around the apology part and trying to put up a straw man to say, well, I wasn't being insensitive to the young man. Why didn't he say Charlie Kirk's name? We're not talking about that. We're talking about the fact you lied. You should have known by then. People knew by then. This was not MAGA. Why did you do that? Explain yourself. He did not. He tried to explain himself for saying he wasn't insensitive to the young man. Well, you are, but the first thing we want to know is, why did you lie? Why did you say that? This is the typical tactic. And then the triumphant putting himself in the robe of the martyr and freedom of speech. And again, how many times do we have to say this? Broadcast TV has a limited number of air spaces, if you will. And as a result of that, if you get one of those licenses, which are precious, then there are more rules. That's the game. That's what happened attached to that. Now, do I like Brendan Carr? No, and a lot of you have emailed and agreed with me. He was heavy-handed. He was off-kilter here, yada, yada, yada. We'll stipulate that. But this still comes back to they do have a right to enforce standards like language is different there. I remember, Henry, first time I had an incident like this, I was on CN8, the Lynn Doyle show, which I used to be on a lot. You probably don't have living memory, but the Move Fire, the Africas were there in force. Ramona Africa, particularly, the lead figure. Do you have any knowledge of that?
I know about the Zoom fire. Yeah, I don't know anything really about it.
At one point, she stands up and points at me and says, I'm not afraid of you or Michael Smerconish. In the middle, standing up on TV. But everybody, the other two people, it was 2 against 1, are dropping the F-bomb constantly. I was told they had 86,000 phone impulses in the first 5 minutes of the show, people trying to get in. Yeah, because it was a call-in, too. And the host kind of broke down crying. At one point, I had to act as a quasi-host in that, which was interesting. Ask questions of myself.
Yeah.
But my point is, I'm thinking, I know this is cable, but it just seems to me, is anybody hitting any kind of button here? My God, I don't know if you could say that on cable. Apparently, you could. It was wild. But you couldn't do that on broadcast TV. Are people missing that point? There are standards. Now, whether Brendan Carr, not a fan, I said that early on, was the appropriate vessel on this, well, that's different. But the bottom line is there are standards on that. There's a public interest in that versus the other. So here's Kimmel trying to put up this straw man that he wasn't insensitive to the young man, whoever that is, but never coming close to addressing why did you lie. By the way, for the record, too, he's not that funny. It wasn't a joke. It's the polemic that he does every night. Here's what he said.
Something clear because it's important to me as a human, and that is you understand that it was never my intention to make light of the murder of a young man. I don't.
Straw man. Straw man. Straw man.
I don't think there's anything funny about it.
Well, you weren't
funny.
funny.
I posted a message on Instagram on the day he was killed, sending love to his family.
Good.
And asking for compassion, and I meant it. I still do. Nor was it my intention to blame any specific group for the actions of
yes,
what
it was
obviously a deeply disturbed individual.
Yes, it was.
That was really the opposite of the point I was trying to make, but I understand that to some that felt either
okay, let's stop it there. That's the opposite of the point he was trying to make? Let's just say enough words and keep on talking and move on. That doesn't explain it. He said MAGA. It was part of the MAGA crowd here, and you're trying to cover that up. That's the whole bone of contention. That's not even an explanation, let alone an apology. And it is insufferable. And he is smug and smugger than ever now. Well, we'll see how this plays out as far as ratings and everything else and what ABC does. I'm going to go to C now, Henry. He made this about the fact that Trump can't take a joke. And by the way, I was off kilter yesterday. I thought the deal was less Trump bashing and ABC will go along with it. It could have been even more last night. And tagging in Robert De Niro. How do we explain on my Twitter that the hatred of Robert De Niro? Kimmel was the main TDS last night, but Robert De Niro is thrashing him with people saying, no, it was De Niro, if you watched. All right, here's what he said about Trump not being able to take a joke.
He's made it very clear he wants to see me and the hundreds of people who work here fired from our jobs. Our leader celebrates Americans losing their livelihoods because he can't take a joke. He was somehow able to squeeze Colbert out of CBS. Then he turned his sights on me, and now he's openly rooting for NBC to fire Jimmy Fallon and Seth Meyers and the hundreds of Americans who work for their shows who don't make millions of dollars. And I hope that if that happens, or if there's even any hint of that happening, you will be 10 times as loud as you were this week. We have to speak out against this.
All right, so Trump is taking pleasure on firing Americans here. It is endless. It is endless. And it's not a joke. Again, the thing he did about MAGA and all that was not a joke. It was just a lie. And we heard yesterday from Christian Toto, who really monitors this and has interviewed people around this, that he claims to have all these fact checkers for his monologue. So people saw this when he said, MAGA did it. I wonder what Jimmy Kimmel is going to tell us tonight now. I wonder what he's scheming there about this bullets found with anti-ICE messages on it. Trying again his hardest in the dumbest of ways to get out of the idea that the political violence that we're seeing is not totally from the left, but a disproportionate, hugely disproportionate part of it is from the left. Andy No on Twitter, we had him on the other day, the guy that monitors Antifa, for example. On Twitter's talking about the attack in July in North Texas. The FBI guy referenced that. There was a bomb scare, threatened bomb situation with the Dallas facility. And these ICE agents, people going after them. Now, I've seen this before where you have people that show up and harass the kids of a person or the spouse, the wife usually. The violence toward ICE at this point. And some of them today are going to justify this and say, well, look what they're doing. Show us your faces. Newsom, the law in California, how's that going to be enforced? The anti-mask law. But California does not have an anti-Antifa mask law. And they're not going to do that. It's all about ICE. So ICE has recruited a ton of people, but boy, you talk about dangerous. Now, why were these detainees that were hit not ICE agents? Unknown. But the FBI has confirmed the bullet casings. And when you're carving stuff into the bullets, we'll see when we get the messages. When you're carving stuff into the bullets, this is it's the second time now in just a matter of 10 days or so. All right, love to get you on board at 855-839-1210. We're going to talk with the great Colonel Alan West at 1:30. Got a couple of other folks, I'll tell you as the show unfolds, coming by tomorrow. We got Stacey Garrity, who's coming to town, Dr. Siegel. I think Dr. Oz yesterday, if you missed it, it's up on my Twitter, the station's Twitter. It was overwhelmingly good. About Tylenol, about some risk. You know, and of course, people are poo-pooing it totally today. I think the risk is minimal, but the message is to get to the bottom of the autism debate. All right, side question. Happened to notice that yesterday was saw Robert Redford, the debut of Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, which was a revisionist kind of Western. A lot of punchlines. Who are those guys? You know. A lot of that going on throughout it. I think there have been maybe a dozen revisionist Tombstone is a little bit like that.
I love Tombstone.
Oh, I love Tombstone, too. I think it's, if not quite a great movie, but it gets there, yeah.
Oh, totally.
Yeah,
It toes that line of great movie.
Well, now that I know Val Kilmer is the only male that ever left Cher, according to her, out of all of her lovers. None of them ever left except him. That gives us, you know.
Yeah, a
gives
little
us
mystique, a
pause.
little cachet to him.
A little cachet, a big time to him. Okay. So we want to know something from a Western, the Western genre, or a film. You know, something that occurs. Think a little bit outside the box. It could be the language. It could be the locale. And by the way, I'll give you a kind of a B movie, but a great recommendation, a fun movie. The Quick and the Dead. Have you ever seen that?
I haven't. No, it's on my list.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, and the reason I bring it up, you couldn't make that today. The actors that were in that must have been starting or in a down period. Sharon Stone's in there.
Mm-hmm.
Gene Hackman. A Beautiful Mind. Richard, no. Gladiator.
Russell Crowe.
Russell Crowe.
Leo, right?
Leo.
Yeah.
Looks like he's 22 or 23.
Mm-hmm.
And there's 2 or 3 others. Gary Sinise. Yeah.
Best of the show.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, how in the world do they gather all these for what is not an unbelievable movie? The premise is pretty good, though, particularly Gene Hackman.
That's probably what it was. It was the premise.
Premise,
that's the thing. Like, premise can be great as you want, but the execution,
And Sharon Stone plays a gunfighter.
Love that.
And she looks good in that, too, by the way.
She does. Yeah, but she's pretty young. I think she's relatively young in that, too. Yes. So we're looking for something Western that is ubiquitous, or it grabs you, it's funny, it's stereotypical, it's the pivot point. Emery, I'll start with you.
Sure. So first one I was going to take off is being able to spit into a spittoon from across the room, seemingly.
Yes.
You got a big wad of tobacco in your lip, and you're like, oh, I got to get rid of this. Right into the spittoon.
Yep.
Makes that little dinging sound when you hit it. It's very nice. The other one I'm going to take off, and you just kind of triggered it in my head. In the movie Tombstone, I mean, it's maybe my favorite movie line of all time. It comes from Doc Holliday's, or Val Kilmer's Doc Holliday. I'm your Huckleberry.
And who is the actor that plays Johnny Ringo? Well, Johnny Ringo.
You look like someone just walked over your grave.
Johnny Ringo, as mad dog as he is going, oh, man, this guy. When he does the cup thing.
Oh, yeah, the cup is incredible. Yeah,
I wonder if he did that himself. I don't know. That's
I
pretty
think so,
yeah. Yeah, it's the dialogue, and the dialogue in these things is unbelievable. Mm-hmm. And the writers, because they don't talk. That's the idea in the Old West. Russell's character, Kurt Russell's character, is an example. They're not long on conversations or showing anything. So man, it's got to be hard to write dialogue there.
Oh yeah, definitely stage directions, everything.
Yeah,
like, what do I want him to do right here?
Yeah, exactly.
Make him look tough.
How about you, Kirk?
I'm going to go with not only the cowboy, but also the restaurant, Roy Rogers.
Ooh.
Roy Rogers in Westerns? You mean Roy Rogers, the cowboy? Oh, okay. Yeah.
I
thought we were going back to Roy
good. Yeah, I like
that.
that.
Yeah, it's a combo.
Yeah.
The cowboy and the restaurant.
Okay. All right.
2 for 1.
Hit us with that at the end of your call. And as we monitor what's going on in Dallas, more on Jimmy Kimmel as that develops. But this is just an example. Kimmel last night, out of his way, put up straw men, sort of say, well, of course I'm sensitive to that. Well, no, you're not. It's not about that. First of all, it's about the lie. And then it's about the fact that you're still trying to spin and say this political violence isn't coming from the left. Not 100%, but it's overwhelming. And what we know in Dallas today with the ICE, are people going to apologize now for continually attacking the police, in this case, ICE? This is what helps to push this stuff forward. We'll find out, was he shooting at the detainees for some other reason with anti-ICE messages on here? Hard to know. And Alan West is in Dallas. We'll talk with him about what's going on at 1:30. All right, phone lines, 855-839-1210.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com. This is an announcement to all United States vehicle owners who own a 2003 or newer vehicle with a manufacturer's warranty about to expire, or no warranty coverage at all. With a struggling economy and the cost of living on the rise, Endurance is now offering an affordable, low-cost vehicle coverage plan to the general public. As of today, you could be one of millions of drivers that now may qualify to have your vehicle protected under this coverage and have all future covered auto repairs paid directly to the repair shop for you. You pick your plan. You pick your deductible. You even pick the repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental coverage is included. Get your vehicle protected now and save your wallet from costly vehicle repairs. A toll-free number has been established for you to call for your free 5-minute quote and to see if you qualify. The number to call is 800-260-1679. 800-260-1679. Again, that's 800-260-1679.
Listen this Saturday as Penn State battles Oregon. Coverage starts at 7 p.m. on the home of Penn State football. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
I'm Optima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Yo, Doylestown. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
Henry's on a roll today. We're rolling out the best of the Old West.
All show.
All show. The women characters, too, Miss Kitty on down, are always a part of this. But Butch Cassidy, Sundance Kid, was kind of a revisionist of a sort. I wouldn't say it was bashing the Old West or realistic. It wasn't like this. You know, all those kinds of things that you see. Like Wyatt Earp was more of an anti-hero than he was Wyatt Earp. Seems to be. There's a Netflix documentary on that, and Silver, that played into the entire country, and he was involved in it big time.
Really?
Oh, yeah. If you Google it, Netflix, Silver, Wyatt Earp, I think it'll come up. Okay. Over half of liberals in a poll out this morning call Kirk's assassination understandable. You preach hate, and that's what's going to, self-identified liberals, that's what's going to happen to you. And we see again this story coming out of Dallas. It swerves into everything, really, that the casings are anti-ICE. ICE is the big target here. Now, I saw this Harry Enton on CNN. I think he does a good job of polling. Yesterday he had this and said, even if Trump is being dinged a bit here in certain quarters, certain things, Democrats are still not trusted. And he went through the big three. On the economy, he had Republicans slightly ahead. On crime, he had them a plus 22. And on immigration, he had them a plus 7. Now, I said that with immigration last, a plus 7. Because, you know, the stuff that's going on here, people sometimes see what they perceive to be people just minding their own business and ICE is swarming them. And yet the polling indicates people are still on board with the deportation that they voted for. And after seeing what's happened this morning in Dallas with this, and more anti-Dallas, anti-ICE casings here, this plays right into what we've been talking about. By the way, as I said, the executive producer and the widow of Charlie Kirk say it's a non-apology, so there's nothing to accept there with Kimmel. And I thought, maybe you did too, that last night, he was playing to the crowd, the Hollywood crowd. He was playing to people in that bubble that don't pressure Disney even more to negate Sinclair and Nexstar. So it's going to be interesting. If they cave, then he's going to be okay, meaning Sinclair particularly. If they stay strong on this and they're not going to run it, it's going to be quite a dilemma. That's about 1/4 of their affiliates. But the De Niro, if you missed it, this is cut 6. They had De Niro on the phone pretending to be Brendan Carr. Now, I'm glad that we have more and more listeners who want to, when a strategic error is committed, are not afraid to call it out. By that I mean, if the Trump administration does something that's not going to win in the long run, call it out. And Brendan Carr here really muddied the waters. A lot of this is the affiliates. They're the ones that had it with this remark. The country is still reeling from the assassination of Charlie Kirk. And then this guy blames it on MAGA. Wasn't a joke, wasn't a suggestion, wasn't a satire. He's just a big mouth dope that does polemics rather than a monologue many times. And he got caught rather than saying, I made a mistake. My fact checkers told me later. It was unclear to me, but I was wrong. He could have done that last Tuesday and moved on. So last night he sets up a straw man. I would never be insensitive to the young man without even naming. How about naming him if you're not wanting to be insensitive? And again, I think he's sincere. He doesn't wish Charlie Kirk ill will, as far as I can tell. Okay. Now let's get on to the main event. Why did you lie? What's your explanation? That's all that this is about. It's not about freedom of speech or anything else. It's why did you do that? So anyhow, here is Jimmy Kimmel and Robert De Niro, with De Niro playing the FCC. That's cut
in 20% of the country, which is not a situation we relish. So we reached out to the chairman of the FCC, Brendan Carr, and he has, to his credit, agreed to join us from his office in Washington. And here he is now. Thank you, Chairman Carr, for being with us tonight.
You tell Whoopi over there she better show a little respect, or the only view she's getting is from under George Washington. The bridge, not the guy.
Excuse me, sir? Yeah, hi.
Well, what is this? You sneak up on me? You don't sneak up on a person. It's not nice.
I'm sorry. What is your name? Because I was expecting to talk to the chairman of the FCC.
You don't need to know my name, and I am the new chairman of the FCC.
You were appointed FCC chairman by Donald Trump?
Sir Trump, yes. I used to do the salute to
Okay,
the
so
man
you got the flavor of it here. And again, I thought De Niro was a little bit off there. I thought he'd do better. I think he just wanted to emote and say, let's stop this shtick. Let me just snap out and talk about Trump. But Jimmy Kimmel is the one more than De Niro that last night was going after Trump and making it that. De Niro was a bit player, yet people still, it's De Niro. He had the more TDS last night. Look, I think his monologue for him was well put together. And again, the tactic, whether they call it that or not, we're going to get sentimental. We're going to sort of apologize, but we're not going to apologize for what we did. We're going to be self-righteous apologizing and saying, how dare you? I would never be insensitive to the young man without saying his name. Now, look, this script probably went through, I don't know how many people, and was fine-tuned constantly. That's the way that it works. They intentionally were not going to say Charlie Kirk. And they intentionally were not going to have him talk about the lie. He used that to pivot to saying, well, you might be confused, but just realize these are just deranged people, and you really can't pin anything on them. Now, many times I say that when I see gibberish. But when I see the trans shooters, when it's based on that, I don't see gibberish. I see what's driving this. Rich Lowry, brilliant guy, wrote a column yesterday about why this is different when the trans issue is involved and we have a shooting. And in the main, it's about people who are determined that their view of reality is going to be upheld. And if you challenge it at all, there's going to be trouble. So it's an obvious thing. And with this guy, it's pretty obvious why he shot Charlie Kirk, even if there's a lot of delusion there. That's the driving force. The media cannot say that. They just can't countenance that. They can't use their platform to say that. What are they going to say today? Well, right now, they're trying to spin it toward the detainees were the ones that were shot. That's true. But the casings indicate what the shooter's message was, the sniper in Dallas. And the message that's out there with ICE is go after them. That's what the left is telling us. That's what Newsom and everybody else is telling us. If you're in ICE, then you're going to have to gear up when you come into these situations. It's just going to make everything more dangerous. All right, I'm going to start to take some calls. You're Old West. You can hit us with that. Something that pops along those lines. We'll talk with Alan West at 1:30 in Dallas to see what the latest is. But these casings coming up now, they tell us where we're going with this. And we'll also talk about a guy running for just a town. I'm not sure the population of Downingtown, maybe 20,000, 15,000. What would you guess, Henry?
Maybe 30.
30? I'll take the under there.
You got 2 high schools.
Okay, that's a nice metric. All right, we'll look that one up and see it's closer. By the way, how did we do on the polls? Jimmy Kimmel really didn't have a red tie on last night. I didn't see anything red in there. And I'm not sure if the first word was Trump or not. First time he said Trump or the other choice.
He was wearing a blue tie.
That was blue, you thought?
Yes.
Yeah,
I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah.
And he didn't cry. Actually, he kind of welled up.
He welled up, when he said
no
the young
tears
man.
went.
Yeah, and toward the end, he did it a little bit.
Yeah.
I didn't see a tear, though. That's true. Again, if you're in danger like this and you think you're the smarter than the room, you know what you do? Set up the straw man. Sort of apologize and say, you really think that of me? For something we're not saying. Let's get to what we're saying. There ought to be, look, we'll stipulate all this other stuff. You were not dancing on the grave of Charlie Kirk. No one said that. You were trying to attack Trump and MAGA. That's what we're saying. And that's why you said what you did, despite all those fact checkers. So apologize for that. And maybe people, well, not at this point, we're not going to move on. But 855-839-1210.
Okay, so the quantum network protocol is optimized, the microservices are containerized, and I just ran a multi-threaded diagnostic.
Yeah, that was a lot of words. So my email won't keep crashing anymore, right?
Only if you try to send an attachment larger than 2 petabytes, but no promises.
Gilbert, did you just use petabytes in a sentence?
I know, right?
Hey, T-Twins, is it fixed or what?
That's what we just said.
CompuTrex. All that matters is we know what we're talking about. IT for your small business. You want to talk? We're here. More at CompuTrex, the number 4, the letter U.com.
September's here, and so are the savings at Hester Chevrolet. Cruise into fall with a 0 down payment lease on a new 2025 Chevy Equinox EV, just $299 a month, or a new 2025 Chevy Trax, just $259 a month, or lease a new 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab, just $399 a month for 39 months. Visit Hester Chevrolet of Philadelphia, or check us out online at HesterChevy.com. Call 267-343-9094 for details. Together, let's drive.
Hester Chevrolet!
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-554-3775. That's 800-554-3775. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-554-3775. That's 800-554-3775 today.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/free. QUO.com/free.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves with Active Liver from New Nordic. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com. Weather sponsored by Moderna.
The forecast remains unsettled as we head through the rest of the work week. We'll see clouds with some sunshine today. It'll be humid with a high of around 83. Tonight, mostly cloudy, chance for a few showers and a possible thunderstorm, low near 70. And for Thursday, cloudy skies with some showers and storms, some heavy rain possible with a high near 80.
MNEXSpike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from the Piazza Auto Group Studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations.
All right, Dom Giordano show. We're hoping to get on today or in the near future. You know, sometime I'll take you behind the curtains here. We have great guests lined up. We're buddies with everything else. And then suddenly they get new representation. And we're like knocking on the door, let us in. I don't know, we're new here. It's a bit, we got to keep rolling here, urgency. Ryan Walters is one of those guys. He's the superintendent of schools in Oklahoma. So yesterday, he put out the directive. He aims to make Oklahoma the first state to open a chapter of Turning Point USA in every high school to resist radical leftists who push woke indoctrination of children. And he said the fight is on. Now, the reason I believe, and there's more to this story, man, on CNN, they're going nuts. How dare he demand that each school district have a Turning Point chapter if they can find students who want to do it. I think what he's trying to do is he's trying to stop some school boards. And after Charlie Kirk's assassination, would they do it? Yeah, they still might do it. Outlawing or nixing or coming up with some rule why you can't have a Turning Point chapter associated with the school. Labeling it something it's not. I think that's the motivation. So I did see on CNN last night, they're going nuts. They spent a whole segment on the 10 o'clock show talking about how dare this guy, are we in America, that he's saying every high school will recognize, and if as students want to do it, then they'll have a chapter there. I think that's what's behind it. Trying to stop school boards from saying, no, we see this as a hate group or whatever else they would say. So we hope to get him on because I like this story a lot. It's interesting. Is this going too far with this, or is this exactly what you need to do to clear the way so that you don't have, say, when this dies down, creating difficulty for student groups like Turning Point USA? How would they label it? You know how they would label it. All right, no other developments from Dallas at this time other than Ted Cruz using the evidence in front. He's on the scene and pushing back on Democrats, progressives, and others who are going out of their way to dox ICE. Let's go after them. Let's go after their families. Let's rip off those masks. Let's get them. And the more that you see that play out, the more violence you're going to see. So that's definitely out there. And the other part of this that's developing is, here's the thing I wanted to play. YouTube.com/1210. This is cut 13. The craziness of what goes on in TikTok, social media in general. You have now self-described progressive women who are maybe 7, 8, 9 months pregnant, chugging down as much Tylenol as they can, allegedly. It looks like they're doing that. I mean, it looks like they're swallowing. Who knows? Here's how it sounded, and the visual is unbelievable.
28 weeks pregnant. You know what I'm going to take? Some Tylenol, acetaminophen. It's going to work like a charm, and my baby won't have autism.
All right, so 28 weeks pregnant is what I think she said there. This notion, let's own Trump. We're going to use a lot of Tylenol, allegedly, and the kid's going to be fine. Well, I think the kid already, if I dare say so, has bigger problems, like the mom. If they're actually, this is what they're preoccupied with. And look, I don't like the way that Trump and RFK Jr. rolled this out. But you heard Dr. Oz with me, and I think that was the perspective on this stuff. Americans want solutions to what's the bottom line here on autism. And I think Oz yesterday, if you heard it, if you missed it, it's up on my Twitter, he really laid it out in a fashion where they're going with this, and we're going to see more. When we get to the vaccine part of it, it's going to be heavy duty, the fighting. But I don't think the president ought to go around saying, I'm telling pregnant women, don't use Tylenol. We'll ask Dr. Siegel tomorrow from Fox, who's back with us, how to put that in perspective. But it is good to see that the thing we emphasize with Oz is the cancer drug that has elevated vitamin B that's being used to treat autism. He didn't say cure it, but ameliorate it. I mean, that's good news. They're going to go down. I mean, if the moral of the story with this is if Trump cured cancer, they would go after the cure. But he doesn't help himself. When you're doing something like this, you got to be buttoned up. Less is more. Don't say stuff just off the cuff. This is very, very sensitive stuff. Think about it. If you use Tylenol on your kid's autistic, I mean, this is sensitive stuff. They should have let Oz lead on this. That would have been much better. All right, 855-839-1210. Side question. All-time Western motif, something Western. Let's go to Greg in the Northeast. Hey, Greg, thanks for being first in. Go ahead.
Hey, Dom. Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
First of all, I believe you said Tombstone. Doc Holliday went to dental school in the University of Penn.
I've heard that he went to dental school here. Yeah, the real Doc Holliday. Yeah. Yep.
the real Doc Holliday. A friend of mine's a dentist, and he was telling me some things. But before I get to my side question, I was going to go first. The whole ice and the mask thing is deranged. That a governor would say that ICE agents have to take off their masks, who are serving the people and do not need to be killed, and yet Antifa and these other creeps that go around daily wearing masks, wreaking havoc, they have no such rule.
Yeah,
So
it's
that
right.
to me
It's
is
right there,
insane.
and it's right there. And you think an interviewer, I know they're dopes. I think it was Colbert maybe this time. You think they'd say, "Well, Governor, what about Antifa?" Not even a clue.
No, of course they're not going to say it. They're on the same team, but I mean, even down the line, the producer of anything is going to whisper in somebody's ear the next interview he does. You had mentioned that we're going to take the mask off ICE. Nobody says it. That to me is absolutely reprehensible. I mean, you'd rather put our people who are working in the field in jeopardy.
Well, and even more than the ICE agent, that's bad enough. I've seen this in other things, Greg. They go after the kid at school. They show up there, when the mom's picking them up. That's you and your kid, and they say the whole thing. In other words, they're going to threaten the families. That's exactly what they'll do.
It's scary. It's get them. It's get them at all costs. This is typical Wild West and people with tiki torches. And the only people that are the usual people, suspects, are the right wingers with a tiki torch, because they're going to go get you and lynch you and burn your, the whole 9 yards.
Mm-hmm.
When it could, in this day and age, couldn't be 95% the other way around.
That's it exactly. That's what the change is, Greg. What's your side question today?
The side question thing, it would be any Clint Eastwood movie, but it's Clint Eastwood walking down the dirt street in a small town about to go get bad guys, and there's always somebody making caskets out of wood caskets. and he goes by and he says, "You better get 3 caskets." Goes up, shoots the guy for making fun of his mule, and he kills 4, and he comes back with a cigarette out of his mouth, removes it, and says, "My bad, better make it 4. So there's always.
Thank you, Greg. Yeah, there are always guys making caskets. In The Quick and the Dead, there's a kid who's blind, but he has to fetch out the proper bullet in a barrel of bullets there to throw it to Russell Crowe to use in his gun. But he can feel everything.
Yeah.
I mean, that's true, the casket guy. There's always some guy on the side they have to have a conversation with.
It must have been a good business back then.
Yeah. I think in Tombstone, too, they demystified the OK Corral. They made it like it's just around the bend. It wasn't this big thing.
Right.
That's the thing that has probably in the top 5 references to Westerns. This is going to be a shootout at the OK Corral when it's a football game. That has survived.
Yeah,
almost.
totally, yeah.
Yeah. And all it was just a bunch of horses there. They're coming around. All right, 855-839-1210. You can get in. We'll update you a little more on Dallas. A little bit later, we'll talk with Alan West, who lives in Dallas. And we're going to talk with a guy running for mayor of Downingtown. Henry, I won this one this time.
Yeah.
What's the population of Downingtown?
So we're a little bit off, little overestimation on our parts. But population of Downingtown is a little over 8,400 as of last year.
And I think, though, you have a good insight. Let's put that out. Why does Downingtown still have 2 big high schools?
Mm-hmm.
The population's only 8,400.
Yeah, I don't know.
How many kids are going to high school there? God. All right, 855. We'll talk to the Republican running there. He's running against a Democrat candidate who's transgender, and it's generating a lot of outside buzz around that. That'll be at 2:30. All that straight ahead.
With the crisp fall air just around the corner, let's talk about your fireplace. That's right, you heard me. Do you have an old, drafty, or smelly fireplace? For over 30 years, Rettinger Fireplace has been transforming fireplaces in the tri-state area into beautiful, authentic, and efficient systems easily operated by remote control. Want to love your fireplace again? Call 855-GET-RET to schedule your free consultation or visit RettingerFireplace.com. Choose Rettinger Fireplace, where details make the difference.
Cozy Jewelers is celebrating 35 years of love, sparkle, and family tradition. For generations, you've trusted Cozy for life's biggest moments. And now it's your turn to step up to the 5th C. Color, cut, clarity, carrot, and Cozy. As a family-owned business, Cozy treats every customer like one of their own. Celebrate 35 years of quality with Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square, where memories begin and sparkle lasts forever.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realize fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Have you been considering purchasing an electric vehicle? My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles want to remind you that the $7,500 federal tax credit on new electric vehicles ends September 30th. That's $7,500 towards a new BMW i4, i5, or i7. What about a Jaguar I-Pace, an Alfa Romeo Tonale PHEV, or a Mercedes-Benz EQE? Visit your local Piazza Premium dealer before the end of this month. Browse their extensive vehicle collection at piazzapremiumautomobiles.com today. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782. That's 267-692-3782. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
All right. Just yesterday was the debut, all the way back to 1969, of Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. Side question, something outside the box in that Western motif. Could be, some scene. It could be a particular element. I love the casket maker.
Yeah, that's what we're looking for.
This guy's going to be busy. 855-839-1210. So in Dallas, we're seeing now the FBI, Kash Patel, said this looks like a political motive. We have the bullets with the casings that say anti-ice. There might be some other things that they say. And this takes us back to Kimmel last night, spinning himself around when he fought the straw man, not answering about the lie that provoked all this. And then saying, why do people continue to point fingers, is what he said. Really? We should just go about our business. These killings are just the rantings of people that are crazy. Well, I think we examine them, and one of the reasons with this ICE thing is try to impress upon particularly progressives like Newsom the more you hammer away, the more you go after ICE in the manner that you're going after them, the more you are ratcheting up violence toward them. The numbers are astounding. And they have in their head, by any means necessary, we are going to stop you from doing this. Meanwhile, I told you the other day, they have recruited 150,000 people have applied to be ICE agents. That's an astounding number. Now, they're offering bonuses and all true, but look at what they face. And the biggest thing they face, if they have a wife and kids, are these creeps intimidating them, going after them, threatening them potentially. And people on the left, like Newsom on national TV again yesterday, saying they're authoritarian. We have to oppose them. You pass the law, they have to take off the mask in California. Who's going to enforce that on the feds? Are you saying your state police are going to enforce it? Is that where we're going to go? All right, let's go to Phil in Delaware. And Phil's on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Phil.
Hey, always good afternoon and great hearing you.
Thank you, Phil.
The main thing that whenever I think of Westerns, Blazing Saddles. I mean, there is nothing close to it.
Is there a Western motif they make fun of in there? What would you say is the number one thing?
I think the fact that it is a totally Western front, not until the sets get knocked down a little bit do you realize that it's all a fake Western town. But, you know, they're riding horses. It's for all intents and purposes a spoof on a Western.
Absolutely. Thank you, Phil. As always, great contribution that you make. Here's Newsom. Was this on with Colbert?
Yes.
All right, yeah. And particularly, he's leaning back on a couch, and the one thing I saw is he's ranting about ICE. Here is Newsom on Colbert.
Hang on, this isn't playing.
Lean forward, Governor.
That's happening in the United States of America. Masked men jumping out of unmarked cars, people disappearing, no due process, no oversight, zero accountability, happening in the United States of America today. People ask, well, is authoritarianism, you're being hyperbolic? Bull, we're being hyperbolic. If you're a black and brown community, it's here in this country. And so I'm
Governor, they're whispering in his ear.
That I had the privilege of signing the nation's first bill to address the issue of masking. Also to require, you have simple identification, to your point. I mean, if some guy jumped out of an unmarked car in a van with a mask on, tried to grab me, I mean, by definition, you're going to push back. And so these are not just authoritarian tendencies. These are authoritarian actions by an authoritarian government. You saw what Stephen Miller said last week. This should put chills up fine. Called the Democratic Party an extremist organization, basically a terrorist organization, saying he's going after his enemies. You saw the tweet that Donald Trump sent out, Truth Social, basically telling Pam Bondi, I want these 3 people taken out. That's happening in the United States.
You're also happening here, and that's hard to believe. All right. Jamie Walker has been with us several times. She's next from Bucks County, because the other day, I think I told you yesterday, the Commissioner Diane Marceglia said new emails came to light showing us what happened during COVID, how they put Dr. Damsker, who was making a real difference of reopening schools and businesses, in the closet. And she said people have forgotten about that. People don't care about that. Jamie Walker and Megan Brock have won on this. Do they care? Do we ever have a reckoning of what was done during COVID? Because if we don't, you know what we're getting? We're getting the continued skepticism over everything. In other words, people just don't buy anything that comes out about vaccines, about public health, about government, nothing. And when you're in Bucks County, do people realize how just vile toward any kind of transparency and good government Marceglia and Bob Harv DeGrasse, Harvey, are? Do they think they're just in the suburbs? Do they not remember what happened to their kids? All right, we'll ask Jamie about that next. And here it comes. Late yesterday, a new 2026 for Major League Baseball. There's going to be a different umpire. I will deconstruct this. My goodness, what's next? Maybe they'll replace talk show hosts with this modality. 855-839-1210. You get in with Dom, Henry at the controls, and Kirk on Talk Radio 1210.
It's time to take action and take charge of your finances by saving more and spending with purpose. First Harvest Credit Union is here to help empower your financial goals. Open our growth checking account and earn as high as 2% annual percentage yield, while earning more and enjoying flexible access to funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth checking or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, empowering members to do more for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Hey, it's Rhea Hughes. Fall is upon us, and now is the perfect time to head over to Lexus of Cherry Hill for the L Certified Fall Collection Sales Event. It's much nicer than pumpkin spice. They have over 300 new and L Certified pre-owned Lexus to choose from. Shop great deals and save with special finance rates on L Certified Lexus vehicles now through November 3rd. Stop in and see my friend Tony Labello and his team, or visit online at lexusofcherryhill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk about prices. At National Appliance Warehouse, we have billions in buying power that we leverage in order to pass dramatic savings to our customers. We're passionate about offering the lowest price, so we developed Price Assured to ensure we always are. Price Assured uses powerful technology to scan chain store prices online and make sure ours is lower. Because Price Assured is connected to electronic tags throughout the showroom, it's able to update them instantly if an adjustment is needed. Our customers enjoy great service that rivals that of a small independent. While shopping with confidence, they're seeing the lowest possible price.
It's time to fall into savings at National Appliance Warehouse. There's still time to enjoy huge savings on GE appliances. Save up to 34% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Here's a few questions for you from California Psychics. Do your workdays seem to go on forever? Is your career progression as fast as downtown traffic? Or does your boss still not know your name?
Hey, you, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Carrie, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
It's time to read the career warning signs and talk to California Psychics. We're always on hand to give you the career guidance you need. You see, we only connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. So you could soon be telling your boss where to stick that report.
Where are you going, Terry? Terry!
Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
Okay, it is Dom time. Welcome in. Nothing new from Dallas at the moment other than Chuck Schumer's been on a couple of shows, and he says he doesn't know what happened in Dallas, motivation or anything, but he knows that guns are the problem. All right. Of course, That's fine. That's obligatory. I'm looking at a picture as we speak of the casings, anti-ice on one. I don't see anything on the other. It's curious to engrave anti-ice on the unspent shell casing, but that's what the FBI is reported, and they're probing it as an act of targeted violence, meaning not just random, some criminal act, but more of a political statement. That's what they mean by it. Well, speaking of political statements, Jamie Cohen Walker and Meg Brock used to be quite a duo. I think Meg has moved away, but still in touch. Out there in Bucks County, which is the center of the political universe in a lot of ways here locally, and particularly the closing of schools. What happened there with the big school districts and those commissioners? If you remember, we used to play her a lot, the good afternoon woman who joined Governor Wolf's staff and immediately set about, it appears to be, conspiring with these commissioners at a very late date to shut down the schools again and to take Dr. David Damsker and put him in the basement. He was our person of the year one year. And the reason was obvious. This guy was getting traction. He came on several times. 3 feet, Dom, is more than enough, during the COVID, not 6 feet. He was asked to speak. All kinds of school boards were voting based upon his medical opinion to reopen schools and to open them up pretty freely. Well, new emails have come out, and I think there's been a settlement. I know with Meg, and I think with Jamie. Yesterday, the Delaware Valley Journal is the only one that really covered this, and Diane Marseglia said in these emails, apparently, people have moved on. They don't care what happened during this. Why do we have to keep on going through this? And some of this involved medical necessities, and Dr. Damsker wasn't on this email trail. And I just come back to, do people in Bucks County not remember this? What does it take to break through about what has happened here? Who's responsible, and what should the penalty be? All right, let's go to Jamie here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Jamie, congratulations to now you and Meg. What's your biggest takeaway from this release of these emails?
Oh, hi. Thank you for having me. So there's a couple emails that I just received from Megan. I have not received my emails yet.
Okay.
But I'm still waiting for mine. But we got 2 or 3 emails that basically just fit into the timeline we made about what took place leading up to the fraudulent health guidance that the commissioners put out on August 23rd. So they just fit right in. And Diane Marseglia took it. She tried to, change the whole message that I don't understand the dates of emails and I got everything wrong. But I mean, I didn't get anything wrong. So
yeah, exactly. I think asking if you ever run a business, have you ever worked or something? Yeah. So
she decided to criticize me for being a stay-at-home mom, basically saying that I never worked, so I don't understand things. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. So where it stands now is that the two of you have been verified for what went on here. Let's talk about her contention, because she may be right in Bucks County, Jamie, that people have moved on. They don't connect the dots. They don't care about the damage done during COVID, and I would say the continuing damage, because it's shaken people to believe just about anything public health says.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree that so much distrust of parents has happened since COVID, because you can't believe anything that comes out. You don't know if doctors are saying it, politicians are saying it. You just have no idea. And I mean, Diane Marseglia does make a point that they did win re-election in 2023. I don't know why. I think it's because we did not get the message out right about what they did.
Mm-hmm.
They put a lot of money into the campaign. They probably outspent Republicans. I can't even imagine how much money they actually put in. But I don't know why they keep winning. I think they run on abortion.
They did. Wait a minute. Slow there. They did run on abortion.
Yeah.
And the school board over in Central Bucks, they were running on abortion too the last time. It's stunning to me.
Well, everyone runs on every Democrat runs on abortion.
Exactly.
Just like
But Bucks County is where we have a shot, I think, given it's kind of purple, while Trump won there, too. The landscape now, how do you see this playing out?
I mean, I hope people remember to vote November 4th because so many people just don't realize there is an election every single year. Hopefully all the voters that voted by mail reorder their mail-in ballot for November. Do it right now in Pennsylvania and in New Jersey so we can start flipping things back and getting back to normal and have people running things that we can trust.
Absolutely.
That's my goal.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Well, Jamie, thanks to you, and say hello to Megan for us, too, and keep us in the loop because, again, you guys were dogged and you were very skillful in how you teased all this information out. Dr. Damsker, is he still in the basement, do you think? He's still there, right?
He still has a job there, but I don't think anyone hears from him. I was just at the last commissioner's meeting. I mean, he wasn't there, so I don't know if you... Maybe one day he can write a book about all this stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know. But hopefully everybody just votes, and we could really show Diane Marseglia and Bob Harvey that we still do care if we get out in November and win some seats.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jamie. Thanks as always. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you. All right.
Jamie Cohen Walker here on Talk Radio 1210. All right. Multiple news sources reporting that the shooter was 29-year-old Joshua John, Jahn. Don't know too much more about the background of this guy, and don't know, what the inspiration was here, other than the one bullet that says anti-ICE on it. And I haven't seen too many people on the left say anything yet. So we'll see. We'll see once they start. By sort of toward the end of the show, you'll start to see more of that. We're going to talk with Alan West, Colonel Alan West in Dallas, because this facility has been targeted before. And in a place like Dallas, you wouldn't necessarily expect as much of it as you would in some of the more blue cities. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. Hit us that all-time motif, that all-time thing in a Western, because yesterday was the debut of Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. All right, one other thing, then I'll come to your calls. I saw it yesterday, and the Enquirer interviewed two Phillies who have been through it. One a pitcher, the other a third base. Well, the guy really doesn't have a position. He's sort of a hitter, Kemp, who have been through a strike zone where if you think it wasn't a strike, you tap your helmet, I think is what they're going to be.
Yeah, instantaneously.
Instantaneous, and somehow or another, the computer is going to tell you if you're right, wrong. If you're wrong, you lose that challenge. I think you get 2 challenges. This is just, it's the taking away another great part that puts the juice in sports, and that is the arguments with the umpire, balls and strikes. Will they someday put this into football? Can you imagine the nuances? Or in basketball, is it a charge or is it a block? I'm a biased referee. I would almost never call a charge. The flopping, the whole thing. You got to be really squared. I'm not calling charges.
I don't take them, so you don't have to worry about me.
Okay, all right. But in baseball now, essentially, you're going to have a robot umpire, at least when it comes to stuff like this, in 2026. I thought this would be much more delayed down the line. On a broader thing, this over-reliance on computerization, artificial intelligence, driverless cars, I put them all together. But part of the fun is that the pitch might be argued over a little bit. Now, Kemp and the pitcher, particularly Kemp, said, well, yeah, the way they do the strike zone, some places it's high, some places it's low. So even with computerization, Henry, they're not going to be able to give you something that is, mathematically down to the nth degree. That's what he said. That's what he's experienced.
Yeah.
And then you have to determine, the only thing I like about this is going to be nuts. If some idiot worried about his own at bat takes it at random in the first inning or
Yeah.
something, and you lose your challenge. My God.
Oh, you know that's going to happen.
Oh, yeah. That's the fun of it. What do you think?
I think it's good in the sense that it'll keep umpires more accountable. I think there has been a shift in accountability for umpires in the last however many years. You know, obviously the firing of Angel Hernandez, who was notoriously bad at his job as umpire. I think it's good to keep him, honest, but I do like the human element of, calling balls and strikes. And the thing with the ABS system that they're implementing, I do agree with this sentiment, is that if the tiniest part of the ball crosses any part of the strike zone, I don't care if it's fractions of a millimeter, that's going to be called a strike. How do you feel about that? Do you like that?
Now this is making a difficult thing for hitters even more difficult.
I think so too. Yeah, I think a lot of hitters are going to be surprised if they challenge something.
Right.
If anything, I think this will create more strikeouts within the game.
Yeah, and the other thing is they're already taking away the beauty of baseball. I think are records that pretty much withstand the test of time. We could talk about that. In the other sports, it's hard, and one of them is, look at that guy. He's a 300 hitter. We no longer even care about that.
Yeah. That drives me up a wall. No, I respect the guy who hits
and
for
people
average.
realize that really follow baseball. What sets a 300 hitter apart might be 10 hits a year, but you know what? It's another level. You're a 300 hitter.
Yeah,
There's something about it.
Those 10 hits probably put you in the playoffs, if anything.
Exactly. How about you, Kirk?
For me, it's good TV. When I watch sometimes baseball games, and you see those pitches, and you're like, it's like so close to the strike zone, and the ump calls a ball or a strike. I mean, and you see the player like there have been times you go online and you search on YouTube, and the close calls as far as a strike or a ball.
Yeah.
It's good TV. It's good. I mean, the replays are great, but see it like live.
Well, the other thing
AI
is
cannot
exactly. The other thing with replays, if we do something and slow anything down, it looks completely different than what it is in reality, in real life.
Yep.
With it. All right, so that's going to happen in 2026. What could go wrong? We talked about this before, and the broader picture is just thinking this stuff is better than the human touch, which, if flawed, I'm still wanting. It's crazy. I still want to be driving. I don't want to be driven by a driver, by a computer. What's the worst that can happen? You know exactly what can happen. It can't figure out. Well, that's not I'm looking at a street somewhere in America where it just collapsed. If that's not on the radar screen, if that hasn't been plugged in, just drive on.
I think the Waymos would pick that up. I have some faith in them after being in them.
I don't.
Yeah,
I'm not
exactly.
I believe me, I was more hesitant than anybody, but after being in them, they're solid drivers.
I wonder who they copy their driving style off of. All right.
Well, they're Jaguars, so
okay.
That works.
That tells you
All
anything.
right. So we're coming to your calls. Jump in on that. Joshua John will tell you if we have more information on this 29-year-old. We don't seem to have any background. They've just broken that. They have his vehicle. The suspect who killed himself, but the bullet did say anti-ICE. Now, some people are saying, well, that's kind of curious. That's a setup. That means he was a right-winger, of course. How much of this do we need to see? And, of course, Jimmy Kimmel last night, I've already broken that down. What happens next there? It depends on Sinclair and Nexstar. Alan West at 1:30. Your call's next.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Starbucks clarifying with their teams that names can be used by customers on their coffee order as you wish.
Yes, thank you. I'm tired of these liberal women taking corporate policy in their own hands. From Office Depot to Starbucks, you're there to make $16 or whatever it is an hour and just fulfill orders, not to be an activist.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I've talked about going to Bob's Little Sports Shop for great events like Bachelor, Bachelorette, hosting private parties at Bob's Little Sports Shop. Well, an incredible event coming up September 27th, guys and gals combo with individualized training. Bob's offers both men and women trained instructors, private and closed events that can host up to 30 people. They have smaller group events during business hours that can host 10 or less. You can have your own instructor for shooting range fun. Just call Bob's for pricing pricing and details. No alcohol or drugs permitted on premises, obviously. Ask about lessons on introduction to firearms, shooting and cleaning classes. Bob's instructors are certified NRA and range safety officers. Firearms ID cards are not required for anyone attending events, and no previous experience is necessary. Bob's is the place to learn about firearms, especially for new shooters or anyone interested in learning about firearms ownership. Bob'sLittleSportShop.com is where you want to go. And don't forget, September 27th, Guys and Gals Combo. This ad sponsored by Bob's Little Sports Shop.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
You've got to see Scott Kia's new location in Limerick, where their focus is on you. Relax with an easy, transparent, and enjoyable car buying experience. With a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a staff that understands your time is valuable and will treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service truly feels like. They are focusing on you, and that's changing everything. And that's why it's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick, just off Route 422.
You want a roof that doesn't leak. Of course, that's a given. You need a roofing partner with the experience and know-how to ensure the structural integrity and energy efficiency of your roof. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick with their 45 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Our professionals install most roofs in just one day. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Visit trustpj.com today. That's trustpj.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, something Western is what we're looking here for today, and we'll take you to Dallas. We know at least the alleged attacker. Not much more about him, 29, but we do have the shell casing. That should be the lead story. By the way, I've been on several times with him, and he is a really interesting guy. I'd say he's mildly conservative, but he goes after Republicans. He used to be on Sunday on Fox, and I may have done 20 shows with him, Leland Vitter, who's now on News Nation. Trying to get him on because he wrote an editorial the New York Times would not print, the Wall Street Journal did. He is someone who has autism. Yet he is a national, he was on Fox, now he's on News Nation, his own show. He's a national talk show host, journalist, if you will. And he talks in there about why he's so glad, even if there are missteps, to see Trump Kennedy try to get to the bottom of what is causing this surge in autism. And my only thing is yesterday, I'm telling you straight up with this to win on this, I like the way Dr. Oz handled it. Versus Trump and RFK Jr. Trump went too far with it. Don't take a Tylenol. You know, it's going to be satirized. It's ridiculous. There is an association with this, though. There is a less is more, that this may be the best way to stay out of trouble here unless there's a really high fever. But this guy is very public about this, and he likes what RFK Jr. is doing, at least big picture, because these diagnoses have skyrocketed. And I'm all on board with that. I'm just saying, though, with each one of these, if you're going to be taken seriously and have impact, it really has to be buttoned up, particularly when we get to vaccine. Intuitively, does it seem to me a good idea to be doing the number of vaccines that are going into one shot? No, it doesn't. That's often poo-pooed by the other side. Okay. And Dr. Oz, I mean, I talked with him off air yesterday, aside from the interview, And he was fine with what I said, but he's not in that camp. I said, I think we're diagnosing more people with autism. We're better at it. The spectrum, he didn't think that had much juice as far as the numbers. I kind of do. That explains some of the numbers. But the Tylenol thing, the lead here is they announced yesterday this drug that has a lot of promise to mitigate autism. That's the lead. I know the other is more controversial. But let's see how this plays out. Let's see how many families and how much this helps. But people do want answers on this. And Trump, the upside is he's going to go after the answer. The downside is we may not be fully at the answer. Don't blurt out, don't use Tylenol. Although I was talking to a doctor yesterday, and he said, if my wife were in that situation, I would say don't use Tylenol at this point. Although I don't see that anything's definitive about this. Is there something else you could do here? And you can't tell women just to tough it out on this stuff, essentially. You just got to be careful on this. This has to be very buttoned up, not off the cuff. But people do want to get to the bottom of it. And what's the other side offering on that? Nothing. They don't seem to be hell-bent to get to the other side of why people are concerned with autism. Let's go to Mike in Medford. This is really from the old one. This is a good one. Hey, Mike, good afternoon. Hi.
Hi. Yeah, I wanted to tell you, this really was capitalized on when the Blazing Saddles came on. But, you have a scene where a guy's playing the piano in a saloon. Everybody's drinking, playing poker, having a good time. All of a sudden, a sinister guy walks through the saloon doors, looks around for another bad guy. It all goes very, very quiet. The gunfight breaks out. The bad guy gets shot. They carry the dead guy out. And then the piano guy just starts playing again like nothing ever happened. And everybody continues drinking and doing their thing,
Yeah, and he often has a hat on, a funny hat, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. And the garter belt, the garter things on his sleeves, and all that.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah. Everything's over. Strike up the tune. Charlie, keep playing. That's got to be in the Mount Rushmore today. That might win.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's a good one. All right. Last night, I watched 10 o'clock show on CNN because our buddy Scott Jennings and James Clyburn was on there last night. It was like, wow. And everybody was giving deference to him, the congressman. Listen to what he said, though, about why it was not only different than Jimmy Kimmel, in quotes, being censored, but it was appropriate for Joe Biden to put the strong arm on all the big tech people so that we couldn't get information about ivermectin or any other number of modalities that were out there that ultimately found were helpful for some people. Listen to Clyburn. This is the way they think. Well, that wasn't censorship. What you're doing with Kimmel is censorship.
Sorry, don't give me 1
cut
second
14,
here.
yeah. Okay.
Oh, my goodness. You know what?
Okay.
This is not the right file. I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay. All right. So he talked about the fact this was misinformation, disinformation, and we needed to stop that. Exactly the core of what we're complaining about. So at the highest levels with social media, this is where they went. We still have not had the reckoning on COVID. I don't even think in the election of 2024 we had it. Have people just moved on? They'll do it again. Unless the record's clear what the punishment is, they will absolutely do it again. Robert in Ben Salem on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert.
Hey, Dom, Henry. It's good to talk to you guys. Real quick, Dom, I don't think you'll ever have to worry about them replacing you with a robot. We just don't have the technology to create that luxurious human hair that you have.
It'll be fake. Look at that robot. That's a wig.
I mean, you saw Data, right? The worst hair on TV.
Yes.
And I saw a show where they're making lifelike AI people now, and it's amazing what they're doing. The face looks, completely human, but the hair still looks like hell. I mean, you ought to be a consultant for them, Dom. You know,
I do have a thing about hair, Robert. I can't help it, analyzing hair. Oh, my God.
That's okay. We all have our way, Don. We all have our way.
Yeah.
But my answer to the side question is, when I was younger, me and my brothers and my friends used to play friendly games of poker for money all the time, many, many games. And in all those times, I think one person was caught actually cheating. But every time you watch a Western movie and there's a poker game somewhat going on, either somebody's cheating or somebody's being accused of cheating and getting shot as a result. And all chaos breaks loose just from cheating at poker, but you'll notice that as the guy's walking out, he'll make sure he carefully spits into the spittoon so he doesn't get it on the floor on his way out. This is fun as heck, Tom. You guys have a great day,
Thank
all right?
you, Robert. Yeah, that is one of the major motifs. If they don't have that in the saloon, cheating in poker, one form, even Tombstone's got all kinds of scenes with that.
The cup scene.
Yeah, that's
playing
right.
Poker.
Yeah, they have nothing if they don't have that. They got to do that. And I like how they worked into Tombstone. If you haven't seen it in a while, they worked in the Women's Auxiliary League. They had a wagon coming through. And they worked in the traveling singer, the woman, and the actor. In those cow towns. Can you imagine that guy there oh, my God, what a tough audience. They're firing guns.
They're shooting him, yeah.
Yeah, they're shooting guns that they like the thing. Yeah. That's right, though. Make sure you spit into the spittoon. All right, 855-839-1210. The great Colonel Alan B. West, headquartered in Dallas, is with us to give us a little perspective on what's happening there. We have the name, 29-year-old, this guy John, Jahn. Not much more. That's what the FBI is saying, but the FBI was adamant about it. They see this as a targeted shooting, not just some random crime. And the casings, they indicate, anti-ICE. And we're still seeing it. Democrats going wild against ICE. Is there a penalty here when you see stories like this? I think politically there is. I think people look at this and I go, I sometimes I'm wondering about the mask, but now I see why they're doing it. They're a target. They'll dox them, their families. They'll make life hell. And yet, people are signing up to be ICE agents. Much easier to get ICE agents than cops. And isn't this very apropos of the police? The same attitude we're seeing play out. All right, that's Colonel Alan B. West. He's up next. You get in at 855-839-1210. Living heart smart means paying attention to cholesterol goals. For 40 years, Rescue Natural Supplements has been a trusted ally in helping people reach those goals and supporting overall heart and wellness. And right now, Rescue is offering a free bottle of Rescue LDL XQ10 with every bottle purchase of Rescue 1250 Omega-3 soft gels. It's Rescue's most popular wellness duo. Just add Rescue 1250 Omega-3s to your cart, apply the code TOGETHER at checkout, and Rescue LDL XQ10 will be added for free. Call them today at 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use that code online, res-q.com, res-q.com. Remember, use that code TOGETHER when buying any quantity of Rescue 1250 Omega-3s to get the same quantity of Rescue LDL XQ10 for free. Again, use that code TOGETHER, res-q.com. Do it today.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. When it comes to protecting your home, trust matters. Trust is everything. That's why I use and only recommend Emmons Roofing and Siding. They've been doing it right for over 35 years. Emmons is family-owned, local, and reliable. So whether you need roofing, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons has you covered. And as an Owens Corning Platinum contractor, they offer lifetime warranties on the roof. So call 855-4-EMMONS or visit callemmons.com today. Peace of mind is just a call away. Tell them I sent you.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-554-3775. That's 800-554-3775. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-554-3775. That's 800-554-3775 today.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules. Weather sponsored by Duke's Mayonnaise.
The forecast remains unsettled as we head through the rest of the work week. We'll see clouds with some sunshine today. It'll be humid with a high of around 83. Tonight, mostly cloudy, chance for a few showers and a possible thunderstorm, low near 70. And for Thursday, cloudy skies with some showers and storms, some heavy rain possible with a high near 80.
This is the Duke's Country Song. It's a song about the best mayo. Has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano's show. Welcome in, everyone. One of our all-time favorites, of course, and headquartered in Dallas. Doesn't go too heavy on the Cowboys, though. It's more Tennessee, usually, I think. We hear from him about. And how about them Cowboys in that first game? Let's go to Colonel Alan B. West here on Talk Radio 1210. Colonel, football-wise, how are things in Dallas?
Well, I mean, it's kind of tenuous. They didn't look so good against the Bears, and, you know, they had a little bit of a respite against the New York Giants. And, of course, it didn't start off well against the Eagles, but, you know. Yes. We'll see what happens with the rest of the season, but it was really a dumb move to trade away Micah Parsons. I mean, I don't know how they will ever live that down.
Yeah, until Jerry Jones isn't there, and you know, these people saying, "Well, we're going to get rid of the owner." My God, you know, it's easier to get rid of presidents than it is to get rid of owners in the NFL.
No kidding.
Yeah.
No kidding.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right.
So, Colonel, the stuff that's going on with this Dallas facility. And and I wanted to ask you, too, because you've endured this on college campuses from the left, Antifa, I think, one time, or at least elements like that. This is so obvious. We're seeing the deep preponderance from the left, I believe, like today's shooting. What are you hearing in Dallas about the ICE shooting today?
Well, first of all, let's put it into context because I've been reading some of the comments from leftists, and, of course, they're saying, well, there were detainees that were shot, so obviously they weren't targeting the ICE agents. But in the past, month and a half, 2 months, we've had an attack against the ICE facility down in McAllen, Texas, by a leftist. We had Antifa ambush that was set up against a ICE detention facility just south of Dallas in Alvarado, Texas, right. and now we have this one. So, you know, three's the charm. So we have to start looking at this seriously as an attack against ICE and the domestic terrorist aspect, because one thing that we have to be very concerned about, and we saw this tie in the second ICE facility attack in Alvarado, Texas, was
which is about 50 miles south of Dallas, was there's this Antifa group locally to the North Texas area called the Elm Fork John Brown Society and what have you. And these folks do weapons training, and they get out there. And, of course, for the Alvarado exercise, they were well armed. They had communications devices, what have you. I think maybe this guy today, I think something Jonathan John, something along that 29-year-old white male, may not have been a good shot, but still the fact that we have had 3 assaults against ICE detention facilities in Texas within the last month and a half, 2 months, that's a point of concern.
It is, and it's a critical point, and I share what you said. Yes, you have some people on the right to do it, or you have people where you cannot analyze why they did it, but a big element that we saw with Charlie Kirk is the trans issue, and that cuts toward the left. We've seen the school shootings, a couple of them now recently. As soon as I hear that, I know which way that cuts. What do you think, if anything, can be done about it? What do you think is the mechanism to deal with this?
Well, maybe this upsets people. I really don't give a rat, you know what, because I've said this publicly before. But you have to look at this whole gender dysphoria thing. This is a mental condition. That's what the American Psychiatric Association said. And when you go to purchase a firearm, it's ATF Form 4473, question 21F. Ask the person attempting to purchase a firearm about their mental state, if they have ever suffered from any mental illness or been, treated for any type of mental conditions or what have you. When you're talking about someone that suffers from gender dysphoria, they should check that box, yes, which should immediately disqualifying them from getting a firearm. And even in that second shooting of the ICE facility in Alvarado, Texas, there were 2 to 3 individuals that identified as transgender, suffering from gender dysphoria, that were part of that ambush team. So I think that's one of the things we have to start looking at. If you want to talk about gun control, don't come after me, the legal law-abiding citizen. Let's start to look at those trends, like you just said. The Minneapolis shooter, the Nashville shooter of the schools, both of them suffer from gender dysphoria. And, for whatever reason, it seems that the shooter in Charlie Kirk's instance was there cohabitating with someone that also suffered from gender dysphoria. So in the military, you're just taught to look at trends and indicators and warnings and consistencies. And that's the consistent thing that I see, and we've got to deal with that on top of the Antifa issue.
As a military guy, I don't know if you thought about this first. I did. I'll admit it. If somebody had attacked Charlie Kirk, he had security, and they got through, maybe they stabbed him, something. But to shoot long range at him, this is only presidential candidates or a president that we've usually had to worry about this. Throughout history, you just don't see that as a realistic thing to worry about. I'm hoping they add that to their list of what you have to do.
Well, you would have thought that would have been the case after what happened in Butler County, Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
It's very simple. If you have a venue and you have a very important person speaking, you have to dominate the vantage points. You make sure that if you don't have someone up there that is command and controlling that high ground, that vantage point, you definitely make sure you have some type of surveillance on it. And in both of these cases, in Butler, Pennsylvania, and then also with Charlie Kirk, there was a failure of that. And I think here also we see that person was on a rooftop and he had a vantage point looking across at that ICE detention facility in Dallas. So it's very important.
Yeah, and Colonel, that's key thought. I don't want to blame the facility, of course, but my God, given the threat level that's out there, and again, your military background, wouldn't that be something that you have to do better at? I mean, it's inconvenient, it takes manpower, et cetera, but given this facility, you got to think that way.
Well, it doesn't even take manpower with all the technology we have now. I mean, you can put a drone up.
Right.
You can put some type of camera up, but something that gives you that full 360-degree picture surveillance of your facility and making sure that you secure it, out to 200, 300 yards or meters.
Colonel, what are you up to now? What is the dominant thing for you now?
Well, I would tell you that I'm speaking to you from Halifax, Nova Scotia. I am on a speaking cruise with Young America's Foundation. It is one of the oldest, constitutional conservative campus organizations founded in 1969. And I normally anywhere from about 6 to 8 or so campuses I go and speak, sponsored by YAF. And I'll be going to the University of Virginia. I believe it'll be October the 7th. and I'll be heading out to Arizona to Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University in Prescott in November. So I will continue to go on college and university campus and speak our conservative gospel.
Absolutely. Where do we find all things Colonel Allen B. West?
Well, you won't find me on that tiki-taki thing.
Yes,
You and
I'm in
me,
agreement with you. The president's got to get on board with us.
Yeah, let's have a talk with him. But all the other social media platforms, you can find me at the American Constitutional Rights Union, theacru.org. I just put out a piece today called The Colonel's Constitutional Brief, and you can find me on the Dallas County Republican Party website, where just last week we voted to go to precinct-level voting for Election Day for the primary next year, and also hand-marked paper ballots.
Absolutely. All right, Colonel. Thank you very, very much. Enjoy the cruise.
Pleasure.
Thanks, Colonel.
Thanks for having me on, Dom. God
You're
bless.
welcome. All right. Crystal clear. Sometimes we have, he's in rural parts of Texas. He's on a ship. That was pretty good. Yeah.
I had no idea.
Halifax. Yeah. All right. We're getting you on the side question coming up. We got a couple really good. You're going to have to stretch on that. Let's go to Mary Ann in Doylestown on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Mary Ann.
Hi, Dom.
Hi.
Listen, I just was calling because, Sheriff Horan is under fire by, the ACLU and all the local open border crowds, as well as the Doylestown Democrats, who put out a call for people to attend this Friday's hearing at the courthouse regarding the 287G agreement with ICE. And I find it really incredible, given today's news, that the attempted hits on ICE agents, which actually resulted in detainees being hurt, and it's unbelievable that there's local elected officials who are coming outright in their opposition for public safety and Sheriff Fred Horan's agreement with ICE.
Yeah, well, they'll spin it, Marianne. You know exactly what they'll say. This is even more reason then why we shouldn't be engaged with ICE. We're protecting our local law enforcement. When you're right, all this is, do you want to protect citizens in Bucks County, yes or no?
Exactly. Every one of these local officials that are participating and calls to action, which actually is the Doylestown Democrats, the ACLU, and the indivisible groups, et cetera. I mean, whose side are they on? Whose side is Diane Marseglia and Bob Harvey on? Law and order, Sheriff Horan, the people of Bucks County, or the illegal immigrants?
Absolutely. We know what side they're on, but I'm glad you framed it that way, Marianne. And, I was reliving the Joey Vento trial and your testimony plucked from the crowd in that. A movie, if it were made of that, they would not believe you were plucked from the crowd and put up there to be one of the featured people to testify. It was unbelievable.
Yes, that was amazing. I will not forget that ever. That was incredible.
Absolutely. So, Marianne, where is it again this Friday at the courthouse, right?
At the Bucks County Justice Center. The hearing is in room 510. It is 100 North Main Street in Doylestown. It starts at 10 a.m. I would suggest that people get there no later than 9:30. They may or may not let us into the hearing room itself, but obviously just to peacefully be there in support of Sheriff Horan.
Absolutely. Thank you, Marianne. Thanks very much. We'll have to catch up with Fred on that. And this may be the final part of the hearing of what they decide, at least at that level. They don't want to protect Bucks County. That's what the bottom line is. And they're going to continue to foment this stuff against ICE, and they'll spin it to say, well, you're putting local law enforcement at risk, the sheriffs and Fred Horan and all, by dabbling with ICE. That's where they'll go. They're not going to stop just because of this situation. All right, I'm looking at Dr. Siegel on Fox now talking about the warning on Tylenol and autism. Henry's got them back tomorrow, and I'm thrilled to bring him to you because he is very, very credible on this. What time is he tomorrow, Henry? Do you remember?
I believe it's 1:30. Let me check on that real quick.
So
12:30 actually.
12:30, even better. And I think he's saying that pregnant women should take the minimum of these medicines. Now, he's saying it in a sensitive way. Again, I want to win on this. And yesterday, the president just saying, don't take it, all that stuff with the Tylenol. This has got to be more buttoned up, scripted. It's too much open to attacks from the other side. I thought Oz was really on point with this. So we have Dr. Siegel tomorrow, and we have Stacey Garrity, who's running all gloves off with Josh Shapiro. She's tomorrow night at the NAC, Jim Worthington spot, kind of opening the campaign. She's got to really, I've told her, and I think she realizes, concentrate on southeastern Pennsylvania, these 4 counties, and even Philadelphia. All right. And she is as down to earth as anybody I've met in political life, and a tough customer at the same time. The military background. All right, phone lines, we're coming to you. 855-839-1210.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782. That's 267-692-3782. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
The working families of Laona Labor District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
The Western hits continue. The Dom Giordano Show, 855-839-1210. So, I think this might be the final big hearing, at least at this level, about Bucks County, Fred Herron, and that, 387G program where ICE acts with resources and backup, to take out criminals that are here illegally. That's all that is. Do you want to protect people in Bucks County? No, they don't. They would rather continue that ICE is the enemy, not people that are here illegally, not even people that are criminals for other crimes that are here illegally. ICE is the enemy. And we are not going to stop until we stop them, and then we're going to criticize them for not deporting enough people. By the way, the MSNBC security analysis is that Kash Patel putting out information about the shooter is not helpful. Yeah, it's called transparency. They don't like it. You know why they don't like this. They were probably jumping up and down because the detainees were the ones that were shot. But now the shell casings that we found, at least one of them says anti-ICE on the shell casing that wasn't used, that were found near the alleged shooter who killed himself. We don't know more about the alleged shooter yet, the motivation, but this ICE facility has been under attack. They have in their heads they're going to continue to harass, attack docs. They're going to bring down ICE. And yet the numbers are amazing. At least 150,000 Americans have applied to be an ICE agent. Much better than the police are able to do. Now, they have more money. They can offer more. But, boy, you are much more of a target. They've succeeded somewhat, face it, with the police in demonizing them. We played you Gavin Newsom. Let's hear Gavin Newsom again. This was last night before the shooting. He's on with Colbert. And he's making the point that, we're going to push back on this hard. We ban the wearing a mask, but Antifa can wear the mask in California. Here's Newsom.
That's happening in the United States of America. Masked men jumping out of unmarked cars, people disappearing, no due process, no oversight, zero accountability, happening in the United States of America today. People ask, well, is authoritarianism, you're being hyperbolic? Bull, we're being hyperbolic. If you're a black and brown community, it's here in this country. And so I'm deeply proud that I had the privilege of signing the nation's first bill to address the issue of masking. Also to require you have simple identification, to your point. I mean, if some guy jumped out of an unmarked car in a van with a mask on, tried to grab me, I mean, by definition, you're going to push back. And so these are not just authoritarian tendencies. These are authoritarian actions by an authoritarian government. You saw what Stephen Miller said last week. This should put chills up spine. Called the Democratic Party an extremist organization, basically a terrorist organization, saying he's going after his enemies. You saw the tweet that Donald Trump sent out, Truth Social, basically telling Pam Bondi, I want these 3 people taken out. That's happening in the United States.
All right, so here we go. We'll see if this demonization continues. You heard the meeting, the hearing this Friday over there in Bucks County, and those very extremist groups, Indivisible and these others, the Marseglias of the world, they don't want to protect people in Bucks County. They want to mouth it maybe. The way to protect them is to give Fred Herron the ICE resources that they need to help in that effort. It's a joint policy that helps to protect Americans. Instead, they want to do anything they can, and boy, today they're running away from this because of what we've heard with the shell casing and In due course, maybe in the next hour, we'll hear a little bit more of the background of this guy who apparently took his own life. And again, it's not 100% one-sided from the left. We all know that. But the preponderance of this is amazing. All right, we have Dom's Money Melody coming up. We'll get a winner on the side question. We're going to talk with Rich Bryant, the Republican running for mayor of Downingtown. And that's making a lot of news because the Democrat is transgender. And it's bringing a lot of outside attention to this due to that role. So we'll find out from him what he sees as the issues, et cetera. But phone lines are 855-839-1210. And tomorrow, Dr. Siegel, I think, will really clarify this whole thing of trying to get to the root causes of autism. The instinct is correct. I just think that guys like Siegel and Oz should be the messengers. I know some people go, no, I'd rather hear from Robert Kennedy Jr. I think they're better messengers. He can be the driving force that's driving this through the infrastructure. But the way they articulate it is more careful about this to win on it. If the evidence is there to win on it. 855-839-1210.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The Drive Into Fall sales event is happening now at Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Right now, you can get an ultra-low payment lease on a new 2025 Jeep Wrangler Sport 4xe. Only $349 a month for 42 months. Or check out a new 2024 Dodge Hornet RT and lease for just $179 a month for 24 months. But hurry in, these offers won't last long. Stop into our showroom today or visit us online at tricountycdjr.com to see more.
With the crisp fall air just around the corner, let's talk about your fireplace. That's right, you heard me. Do you have an old, drafty, or smelly fireplace? For over 30 years, Rettinger Fireplace has been transforming fireplaces in the tri-state area into beautiful, authentic, and efficient systems easily operated by remote control. Want to love your fireplace again? Call 855-GET-RET to schedule your free consultation or visit RettingerFireplace.com. Choose Rettinger Fireplace, where details make the difference.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
Participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
Scammers, stalkers, criminals. They're looking for your personal information and finding it easier than you think. With Incogni, you can reduce your personal information exposure on the web. Your name, address, and phone number are shared on hundreds of public websites right now. Your family details, even where you live. It's all online, collected and sold by data brokers without your consent, putting you at serious risk. Someone could show up at your door, use your information to steal your identity, send scam messages to your parents, or drain your accounts in minutes. Incogni removes your personal data from hundreds of websites that expose your details, making it much harder for the wrong people to reach you. Because if they can't find you, they can't harm you. Get 1 year of Incogni Unlimited for 55% off today at Incogni.com and let Incogni remove your personal data from the web for you. That's INCOGNI.com. Take back control of your privacy and reclaim your peace of mind.
All right, Henry, make that call. Tell Roe not to listen to this point because I'm about ready to open up here. Kelly and Mark, or Mark and Kelly now, gave their thoughts on the return of Jimmy Kimmel Live. And, of course, it's rare for the couple to address politics, they said. But they wrapped it around. They opened up with the return of Jimmy Kimmel last night before they revealed what they thought about Kimmel's message. Jimmy Kimmel, you know, we know him personally. And when we tell you he's one of the kindest, most generous people that I know, cares about his family, takes care of his crew, his staff. He really, really cares. Mark said, Ripa added that Kimmel cares about people. And his statement last night, I think we're on point. He understands both sides. He was very humble in his speech, says Mark. Both hosts then agreed that Kimmel's monologue was very responsible. One thing here it comes. We can all agree in the country that First Amendment is very important. We do a light show here. We don't talk about politics. We just don't do it. We think our fans at home want to escape. But we think it's important that we're all free because you never know. We can say something crazy and tomorrow we're gone. All right. So here going down Broadway with this. Why make the exception around this? Now, they're both on ABC. And here we go, constitutional scholars. We're back to the First Amendment. You know, Roe likes them, Henry. You know, the opening monologue. And the thing that Mark does is fun. Can he predict which story is true and all that? Okay. But if you want to step into this lane, okay, then you're asking for a bit of scrutiny here. Now, they're both pros. Do they not realize that this is indefensible, what he did last night? What he did was he set up a straw man. I'm kind. I care about my crew. Trump wants him fired. Imagine an American president. We played you this. Not wanting Americans to be able to make an income. The 200 people on my crew, and he's going after the others. 1,000 Americans will be out of work because of Trump. And he just blew right past what the issue is, conveniently. The issue is this wasn't a joke that didn't land. The issue is not that he was insensitive to Kirk. By the way, Kelly, he did not name Kirk. He just said the young man. All part of the plan. The issue still is, and why Turning Point USA will not accept this, he just went right past what he tried to do. And he doubled back to make it worse. He went right past the lie that this was MAGA, known to be a lie because it was already out that that was not the case where his leanings were. Then he doubled back to say we should stop pointing fingers and try to then absolve the left, where the arrow is pointing now on a lot of this violence. Not all, but a preponderance of it. Now, I don't think they were under orders from ABC that they had to do it. They know him personally. But this is the touchy-feely world you get into. When Kimmel is insufferable, he got caught. This is a pattern, Kelly. He got caught, and he refused to apologize the day after that. He tells us about all the fact checkers of his monologue. Now he's riding down Broadway that Trump brought him an increased audience. We'll see about that. But the way they did this and with their audience, is I'm not saying they were conniving. I just can't give them enough credit to even understand what I've said. Maybe that's even worse. Maybe that's arrogant on my part. They're out of their lane here. The issue is not a straw man of how much Jimmy Kimmel cares. I'm not even debating that, which I have a lot of doubts about in the real world here. It's about the fact he lied. He had to know he was lying. This was written down. It was the monologue. It was not a joke because the monologue is a polemic. It's a political statement. That's what he does. Let's get at Trump tonight. Occasional joke thrown in. So if you're a fan, you should know that. That's where they went today. Why this in politics? Well, because they know Kimmel. It's not about knowing Kimmel. It's about the record here. It's about what he has done. So what they're essentially saying or ignoring is the savagery of this toward Trump. And then more importantly than Trump, the attack upon people that are MAGA, Make America Great Again, that are supportive, attacking half the country. That's what he did here. He lied. He set up the straw man. You could see this coming to say, accusing me of being insensitive. I'm Jimmy Kimmel. I care. Trump doesn't. He wants these people fired. All right. So I will take, I'm not sure if that's the worst view of Kelly and Mark. And I'll tell Ro this. She was listening last night and was outraged and agreed the same thing, that he didn't answer what got us here to this point. He just went past that and tried to answer a straw man. People saying he's insensitive. He didn't want to be insensitive to the widow, to the memory of, quote, the young man. That's not who you attacked. You attacked half the country here that are Trump supporters. And this wasn't an ad lib as far as we can tell, unless he says something else. Henry, if you find any of that, I'd like to keep that and play that a little bit. And look, I understand their friendship. I understand they're both on ABC. But again, this is just ignorance in my view. It's ignoring what the beef is here. Can they really support that? Doesn't that demand an apology? All right, let's go to Joe in Columbus. And Joe, you're in on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe.
Hey, Tom.
Hey, Joe, light a candle for me when I get home. I'm not sure what Rose's reaction is going to be. I'm telling you, I'm really treading on dangerous ground here.
That's okay. You're a sweetheart, and you could charm her. Tom, they're staying at arm's length away for a reason. They're not. It doesn't make them culpable. And although I like what Ted Cruz said today, he's got to go that extra step. Gavin Newsom and the likes of Gavin Newsom are the catalysts for this violence and their arm's length distance that they're keeping from them being viewed as the promoters and the catalyst of this violence. And people, Ted Cruz has to start naming names. Gavin, you can't keep doing the crap you're doing and expect different results.
And Joe, to that point, it's not just the demonization, it's the action, banning masks on ICE agents, yet Antifa, no word on that. Absolutely, you're right.
And in regard to what Gavin said, should we ignore when he alluded to MAGA being a terrorist organization?
No,
I mean,
yeah.
It's just it's getting too far, and it's got to be recognized as going too far at this point because we're beyond that.
Yeah, you heard Alan West. This is not the first time what was engaged here, what happened here in Dallas. And, Joe, the only thing I would say about, and I said it with Alan West, and I mean it too, and he was on that, the ICE people, given where we are in America, they have to do a better job at their sites, put drones up, et cetera. Hate to say it, but, guys, that's what you got to do.
Hell, I mean, just to stick it up their whats, I would put a mask on a drone and fly it.
I like the style. I hear you.
Here,
yeah,
sending this off.
Yeah. Give us your side today, Joe.
Mine is it's symbolic, but it was pertinent at the time. It was what was called the Gateway to the West. It was a congregation point for all pioneers making their way west, and it was signified and iconicized by the archway, which is St. Louis, Missouri.
Missouri. Good one, Joe. Thank you. Thanks very much. Getting ready for this, when I saw this last night, the debut of a revisionist Western, Butch Cassidy's Sundance Kid, I was reading an article of how they described the frontier and what that must have been like. The metric they used in the 19th century, it was statistically classified as an area having fewer than 2, but no more than 6 Euro-American inhabitants per square mile. That's how they defined. That's the frontier then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
That does make sense. Yeah, that's what they were looking at it. The Native Americans were still there, et cetera, but that does make sense. I'm looking at this rooftop in Dallas, and again, this looks like, well, you can't protect against you got to protect against stuff like this oversight, et cetera, and it's pretty open. Henry, are you seeing that? There's not ledges or anything there per se, or much of a ledge.
You could fall off. I mean, it's wet. It looks wet up there.
It
too.
does.
They better
Yeah.
be careful.
Yeah. But what I mean is, though, wouldn't that guy be visible? There's a little ledge there at some points, but not much hiding ground. And it's not that high up, but it is a vantage point. I mean, this is what's going to happen. They're being egged onto this. They're out of control with this. And this is an act of ideological violence. That's what the FBI, that's what they're charging. That's what they're looking at. The other side doesn't like that. They think that's unhelpful. It's just a criminal act. Why were the detainees shot? Legitimate question. I don't know that they were the target as much as they were talking about this guy who was just firing wildly here. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. Right now, though, you know what happens every day here. It is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
And we are playing today for a pair of tickets to see the Real Diamond, a tribute to Neil Diamond, perform at the Zlock Performing Arts Center on Bucks County Community College, Saturday, October 11th. For tickets, visit bucks.edu/tickets.
Yeah, Dom. So today, the side question, we have been asking for something associated with Westerns. And you think of Western music, I think the top person that might come to mind would be Johnny Cash, of course, right?
Yep.
He embodied it. He epitomized what it meant to be rough, tough, and Western. So I'm going to play you a Johnny Cash song. However, I'm going to try and tie a few things in here. Yesterday, you kind of complained that we haven't been getting a lot of foreign covers of songs in the last few weeks.
It was, thank God Dan not here to taking us to Finland. The Finns, Helsinki.
Dan's
getting
well,
on the bus.
You know what? This might be a Western song, but you know what? It's covered by a band from Europe.
Okay.
So I am going to play you the cover of Ring of Fire today.
All right.
I want to know the language / country of origin. I'll accept either. That this song originates from. Something about this country before I play you the clue here. Just a little something. This landlocked country invented the term robot in honor of the automated balls and strike system coming to the MLB.
Okay.
Might as well throw that in there. Robots are taking over the MLB. This country invented the term robot. So let's hear the song. I want to know the country of origin / language.
I have to make a judgment on a cover in a foreign language with Ring of Fire. Oh, my God. Landlocked.
Landlocked European country.
Okay.
And it should be noted that the band covering Johnny Cash here is the first modern country band in this country.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. A lot of details here. Put them all together, and you're off to see one of our favorite groups, The Real Diamond, at the Zlock. Great spot. Don't forget Rich Cioli with Jack Carr coming up. Get your tickets. It'll be at the Zlock in October. 855-839-1210.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. So excited to announce our next official Politics and Pints with the #1 guy, Jack Carr. You heard that right. International best-selling author, Navy SEAL Jack Carr, Monday, October 13th, 7:30 p.m., the Zlock Performing Arts Center at Bucks County Community College in Newtown, PA. I'm going to sit down with Jack, an incredible discussion on his Cry Havoc book tour, the latest release in the James Reese series. Get your tickets today. It will sell out. 1210WPHT.com.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
This is an announcement to all United States vehicle owners who own a 2003 or newer vehicle with a manufacturer's warranty about to expire, or no warranty coverage at all. With a struggling economy and the cost of living on the rise, Endurance is now offering an affordable, low-cost vehicle coverage plan to the general public. As of today, you could be one of millions of drivers that now may qualify to have your vehicle protected under this coverage and have all future covered auto repairs paid directly to the repair shop for you. You pick your plan. You pick your deductible. You even pick the repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental coverage is included. Get your vehicle protected now and save your wallet from costly vehicle repairs. A toll-free number has been established for you to call for your free 5-minute quote and to see if you qualify. The number to call is 800-260-1679. 800-260-1679. Again, that's 800-260-1679.
Yo, city drivers, you know the grind, the potholes, the constant stop and go, the mileage racking up quick. When your ride suddenly gives out, that's a problem you don't need. It's time to future-proof your ride. CarShield gets it. We're talking a low-cost, month-to-month vehicle protection plan that saves you from those nasty out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Engine light on, transmission acting up. Imagine paying almost nothing for covered repairs. Yeah, you heard that right, nothing. This special alert is for every American driver with your factory warranty running out or you've got no coverage at all. This protection plan is at an all-time low, and we're hooking you up. Activate today and also get free roadside assistance, free towing, and even car rental options, no extra cost. Don't get stuck with unexpected repair bills. Drive smart, drive protected. Call CarShield for your free quick quote right now and future-proof your ride today. 800-220-4067. That's 800-220-4067. What are you waiting for? Call 800-220-4067. 800-220-4067. Again, 800-220-4067.
Fall is in the air. The leaves are turning, the games are on, and love is in season. If you're thinking about getting engaged, now's the perfect time to visit Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. This family-owned jeweler has been helping couples for 35 years with stunning rings, expert guidance, and custom in-house designs. And when it comes to the perfect ring, don't forget the 5th C. Cut, color, clarity, carat, and cozy. Make this fall unforgettable with Cozy Jewelers.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
This is Jonathan Cans, 3rd-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. My grandfather Marvin, a World War II vet, started our family business almost 75 years ago. He knew every customer personally. Today, the HVAC business has changed. Most guys like me have sold out to larger private equity firms, making most of my competitors a bunch of overpriced corporate rodeo clowns. If you want an HVAC company that's big enough to get you fast, but small enough to care and know who you are, then contact us at Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Go to marvinekanze.com.
Miss any of the Dom Giordano program? Download and follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
It's Dom Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
All right, this must be a tough one today, Henry, or these people know it right out of the box. I'm not sure.
Yeah, we'll have to see.
Let's hear the clue, and we're looking for the country or the language, right, that's covering this song.
Correct. Landlocked European country, Dom.
All right. Landlocked. Make a turn here. All right. Let's go to Scott. I think I know it, in Northeast Philly. All right, Scott, country or language? What is it?
I think it's Hungarian.
Yeah, I can see Hungary. Told that story many times on the river there now, on both sides of it. It's not landlocked that I'm thinking.
In the neighborhood, though.
Arlene in Blackwood, which is not landlocked. Arlene, what is the country or language? Hi.
Is it Switzerland?
No, that's a good guess, though, with Switzerland. All right, 855-839-1210. We'll take them off air. Make your guess. Kurt, when we get the winner, just let me know.
Let me give a clue real
go
quick.
ahead.
Why not? One more clue.
Yeah.
This country is the legal successor to the Crown of Bohemia.
Okay.
That's all I'm going to give you.
All right. You Bohemians out there, Bohemians out there.
Bohemians, they'll hop on the lines right now.
Exactly. All right, 855-839-1210. All right. J.D. Vance is speaking at this moment on the shooting of what we know at the Dallas ICE facility. And I wanted to link all this to something. Yesterday, as I understand, it's always, in my mind, the top or right up there endorsement that you want. Jack Ciattarelli, another sign of what's happening in New Jersey, got the endorsement of the New Jersey State Police. Now, you would think, well, come on, police, Republicans. I believe I've read in several places that Christie didn't even get that. In other words, they look at incumbency, and I've been critical of this. I get it. They have to deal with the governor, and they would usually endorse, I believe they endorsed Murphy both times. Okay? This is a breakout. And I will say, as I've said, and I'll break this down for you, it really bothered me when the FOP here locally in Philadelphia endorsed Josh Shapiro. And I realized they said, come on, Doug Mastriano didn't even think they should exist. So how could we endorse in that manner? Then don't endorse anybody, because when you endorse these Democrats, why should we ride to your rescue when they, in one form or another, go with their fellow Democrats, either in the tank? They're not with you if you're a cop. Let's face it. Democrats are not with you. Their tendencies are to try to coddle in some way, shape, or form criminals, say cops are out of control, pounce on a particular incident. They're not with you. So then why continue to endorse? So, long story. I'm very happy to see that they endorsed Jack Ciattarelli yesterday, and that is significant. The momentum is there. Don't forget, we have that big event coming up October 10th. I believe around 4 o'clock it starts. Now, Rich is broadcasting live from it at Seaport, which is right on the board. It's a great facility, right on the boardwalk in North Wildwood, the end of the boardwalk, really, or almost the end. I'll be there. Matt Rooney, we're both speaking. The trifecta of 3 1210 hosts speaking that day, all right, among others. Mike Donahue was on yesterday talking about it, and they're honoring Charlie Kirk in addition to everything else. A lot of people have said they're coming. It should be kind of like a return to what we saw with President Trump. We're not going to get those numbers, but I think there'll be big numbers there supporting Jack Ciattarelli and this endorsement by the state police. To me, if I were running for office, that is golden. That's exactly what you want. Why could they not endorse, as they usually do, the Democrat in Mikey Sherrill? Well, maybe 2 things. 1, they see her policies. They know what she's about. But 2, they sense that Ciattarelli has got the momentum, is going to win. And that's what I sense. I think it'll be close. It's a turnout election, but I think it's right there for the taking. All right, 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All that you could do is just push pound 1210. One other cut, Henry, we didn't get to play. We had a little glitch. This is cut 14. Last night, James Clyburn, real powerhouse in the Democrats, was on the Abby Phillips show, the one that's Scott Jennings. It's the Scott Jennings show, really. And he's trying to distinguish why Kimmel should not have suffered anything here, yet it was fine for Biden to corral all the big tech companies, social media, and force them to not let Americans have information, about things like ivermectin during COVID. Remember all that COVID shutdown we learned about? Couldn't get through on that. The people that were deplatformed during COVID. Well, that's disinformation. That's okay. Here's what Clyburn said.
Alleging that in a new letter, even though they didn't do it at the time. What do you make of the argument that those two things are the same?
Well, I don't think they're the same, simply because Biden, if any of this took place, these weren't jokes. This wasn't a TV show. This was a pandemic. And we didn't need to have misinformation going out about this pandemic. There was enough coming from the president at the time. Put Clorox in your veins? That's the kind of foolishness the Biden administration was trying to let's just say, oppose.
Suppress.
So
Suppress.
What they were asking is, let's not put out information that you know is not true. We have the same problem going now. What's going to happen with Tylenol now? No science anywhere supports what the president said today about Tylenol. All of the science is to the contrary. So I don't think you ought to be trying to equate what happens to be an illness sweeping the world with somebody telling a joke on television.
All right, let's be clear here. Can somebody jump in and put a point on this? It wasn't a joke, buddy. It wasn't a joke. It was a statement. It was a political statement. It was a lie. It wasn't a joke that didn't land. Can anybody just bring clarity to this and the deference you have to pay this guy? My goodness. So fine to censor Americans making a choice for their health. That wasn't censorship. That was stopping disinformation. But an outright lie that won't be apologized for, that's a slur, that defamed, that is completely insensitive, well, that's a joke. You're a joke. By the way, I'm just looking at this morning. The Kimmel's defenders, like Kelly and Mark this morning, the FCC's public interest standard violates the First Amendment, is what they're saying. At the center of this, the U.S. Supreme Court has consistently said, quote, no one has a First Amendment right to a license or to monopolize a radio frequency, to deny a station license because the public interest requires it. It is not a denial, Supreme Court, of free speech. But of course, due to the fact the media is either incompetent and ideological, they're not going to make that point to people. People are just going to scream free speech. And here we go. Kelly, this is the type of insidious nature of this. Two people jump into a lane because of caring Jimmy Kimmel, and they get to ignore, because their audience doesn't know any better, they get to ignore what this beef was really all about. And we could make it, if we had the platform, it's not about a joke. It's about attacking a group of people who are making the point that the left is mainly responsible for this political violence. That's a statistical fact. All right, coming up, we're going to talk with Rich Bryan, Republican running for mayor over in Downingtown. His opponent, the Democrat, is transgender, running for the first time, and that's getting a lot of interest. What are the other issues? And we'll get a winner. Oh, let me go to Joe in Bordentown. I'm sorry here. Joe, what's the answer to today's Money Melody?
The answer is Czechoslovakian, because, and the robot is in Czechoslovakian.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Joe. Put you on hold. You are the winner, and indeed, that's landlocked. We saw pretty much the one way in and out, World War II, when Hitler went into Sudetenland there. Any more on that, Henry? That was quite a...
No, I mean, my next clue is going to be they went under a name change recently because they're no longer Czechoslovakia or the Czech Republic. It's
that's right.
Czechia.
It is? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I still will call it Czechoslovakia. Some of these things.
So you're 2 names behind.
Yeah, that's right. And I'm proud of it. It's not Myanmar. It's Burma, buddy, and it always will be Burma. There might be a side question there of what we still will call things we're not going to change.
Twitter. I will never call it the other thing.
I agree. I'm with you on that.
You know what? That would be the winner. And yes, when I have a person say X, I know they're trying to be nice, but let's stop confusing it. It's Twitter.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, if you say X, a bit of pretension coming in, I'm thinking.
Right.
I think
There we go. Bit pretentious. We're still saying Twitter. Write that one down as a possible side tomorrow. I think it could work. All right. My friends at Martin Water Conditioning are celebrating their 52nd anniversary with their biggest savings event of the year. Now through the end of October, save on better water for your entire family. We've enjoyed crystal clear drinking water in our home for years. You know about that. Usually Dwayne comes out, but all the guys and women that do this are one thing in mind, 2 things really. They're immaculate, and they love showing you water that's pure. The water test, the free water test. And right now, we add to that. You can save up to $500 on select systems for your home. You want to improve your drinking water? Martin's is offering $100 off Connecticut's K5 drinking system and save $40 off the UV sterilizers. Special 24-month financing is available to those who qualify. Already own a water conditioning system? Enjoy exclusive offers on salt and filters when visiting one of their central Pennsylvania locations. For details, all that you have to do, call Martin Water today or visit martinwater.com. The sale ends October 31st. Give your family the gift of better water this fall. Remember, martinwater.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
The good and bad with home improvement projects. The good, you save $1 or $2. The bad.
Kevin, there's no hot water.
So you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating. Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group. He's been helping folks prepare for retirement for over 30 years. That's why he's able to correct your do-it-yourself problems before they're problems. Get your complimentary assessment of where you are now and look at some of the retirement boxes you haven't even thought of.
Kevin!
You can't YouTube your retirement. Call Joe Yakovich at 856-925-6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. Welcome in. So we had a little bit of fun today. Over under, how big is Downingtown? And we overshot a little bit. I think we both did.
Yeah, I should know better, too.
Yeah, you're closer. It's only about 8,000 something. And Henry wants to know, why does it have 2 big high schools? Downingtown on the radar here, though, locally, and the Inquirer can't get enough because we have a race for mayor there. And I think, from what I can tell, things like flooding, are one of the common, that seem to be in the little bit I've read about it. We have the Republican candidate for mayor, Rich Bryant, with us here in a second, but the opponent is transgender. And you see how often the media goes to the representative from Delaware who's also transgender. It becomes a big thing versus what do you want in a mayor of Downingtown? Let's find out with Rich Bryant. He's here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Rich, welcome in. Thanks for joining us. Give us a little slice. Why are you running for mayor? Where did you come from? What have you done?
You want to go back to when I was born? I was born in Philadelphia, baptized at St. Edward's, went to St. Bonnie's for grade school.
Wait a minute, St. Edward's in South Philly?
What's that? No, North Philly.
Oh, North Philly. Okay. All right. We beat St. Edward's at King of Peace every year. Killed them, just for the record. But Rich, I'm talking about your background now running for mayor. Have you held office? What is your skill that you bring to this?
Well, I've got about 23 years of experience in cybersecurity, emergency management, and business continuity. I've done work like that for a long time and worked pretty closely with law enforcement. I mean, before that, I spent about 10 years in Philadelphia working for an actual private police department at the University of Pennsylvania.
Okay.
So I bring a lot of experience with law enforcement in regards to that. In terms of business continuity, and that includes leading communications. Like during the Boston bombing, you remember that?
Oh, sure.
I had to, I was on call that night, unfortunately, and they picked up the phone and said, hey, you have to get a hold of everyone and tell them what to do because there's a Boston bomber in our Boston location nearby, and you have to be able to help those people stay safe. So when you do that in those days, what we had to do is either contact the executive management or the operations management. You had to decide who you were going to contact about a crisis problem. I figured that's a branding problem. If anything happens, the executives will want to know. Got both groups on the phone, was able to find out what the people were doing in the building and got them safely where they needed to be at the right time. Keeping people safe, protecting resources, and getting results, Downingtown needs that kind of leadership, not just good intentions.
Why is that? Did I read something? I don't have much Downingtown knowledge. Is there flooding a problem? Is there an infrastructure problem there, Rich? What is it?
Well, I've been talking to supporters, and there's different problems. The flooding problem seems to be one of the front-end problems. What bothers me about the problem that they've had this problem for decades, and
right.
All they keep doing is studying the problem.
Mm-hmm.
Matter of fact, I went to a recent council meeting, and they're doing yet another study. They had a person who was running against my opponent before who actually had a pretty good flood plan. I thought it was a great plan. It looked good to me. And then when that person did not make the roster as a Democratic candidate, they took that flood plan and they trashed it.
All right. So, Rich, let's talk about the elephant in the room, so to speak. Now, there's a lot of attention on a town of 8,000 because your opponent is transgender. How does that play out? How do you campaign around that? Do you just ignore it? Is it giving a celebrity status to this? Because it is pretty different, and it's ripped right from big issues that are going on.
Well, I think a lot of us know one or two people that have a situation like that going on. I know in my own family, we have a person in our family who's transgender. So you have to be sensitive to people and what they want to do. But I don't think that has anything to do with the election. What I look at is experience. And what bothers me about my opponent is not so much that, but where they're getting their funding. I mean, more than 52% of their funding comes from outside, out of state. PACs like LGBTQ Victory Fund, Advocates for Transgender Equality, LPAC, other places like that. There's a lot of funding coming from outside, and very little funding is actually from people that live in the town.
Yes,
So,
that's a fair point to make, and that's what happens historically in situations like this. Is it a Democrat or a Republican town by and large?
Well, it's definitely Democrat. There hasn't been. Here's another interesting thing. There hasn't been a Republican opponent to any Democrat in this town for almost a decade. So that means for the last 6 years, the current mayor was appointed about 6 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And then when he ran for office, he ran as a Republican, as a Democrat, and as an independent. I guess he wanted to cover all the bases, but but there's been nobody to oppose it. I'm the first one to come along. People ask me because I have experience in this area.
Right.
A lot of people don't know me because they don't know me because I do cybersecurity, and you can't talk about your clients.
Exactly. Rich, where do we find you? Do you have a Facebook set up? Do you have a website? Where do people go?
I'm on Facebook. I also have a website that was put together by my campaign manager. And
where do we go?
You want to know the exact
sure.
URLs?
Yeah.
All right, hold on a second here. I have to look it up myself. I'm not really sure.
Okay.
It's let's see what this is here. Oh, it's going to be Facebook. It's Rich Bryant for Downingtown Mayor is the Facebook site.
Okay.
And as far as the other site,
we have Rich Bryant, richbryantformayor.com, richbryantformayor.com.
Yeah, Rich Bryant for Mayor, for Downingtown Mayor is the website for Facebook.
Okay. All right. Well, Rich, thank you. Keep us in the loop as the campaign continues.
I'll definitely do that. Thank you so much for having me. Oh, wow, one thing I'd left I wanted to ask you.
Sure.
Hold a second here. I've been walking the streets talking to supporters. And basically, one of them said to me, when you talk to Dom, you have to ask him this question.
Okay.
So it has to do with Captain Chucky's and Dom rolls.
Yeah, well.
And he said that.
Yeah, they're out there. They're out there, Rich. Thank you. Thanks very much for it. All right. I thought it would be gravy sauce or the hair.
That's where I thought he was
going. Or
going.
the 40-yard football throw. There's usually the first three. I can give you the first 10 questions they asked.
I thought for sure he was going with gravy.
Yeah, exactly. I thought gravy was there. All right. We are set up for the lightning round. Something Western. We've heard some great ones today coming off the fact that we have the debut of Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. I'm still, during the breaks, taking a look at this today from Kelly Ripa and Mark Consuelos. And it's just noise beyond belief because in every, they admit it themselves. Look, they're doing just a lifestyle show and all that. But this is where these notions get inbred about the big issues of the day. They want to step out in this politically. They have to answer for it because they know Jimmy Kimmel, because they're trying to curry favor in Hollywood. He's such a caring person. We're in complete ignorance, and we're just screaming the First Amendment. And how many times have we talked about it? Do they not know that these are precious broadcast license, and there's a public duty part to that? Unlike cable and unlike other things, there's a smaller pool of licensure to get. And I believe Kimmel clearly violated that, or at least the affiliates and others are stung by it, when he attacked, as he routinely does. How caring can you be when in the middle of the grief over Charlie Kirk, you attack half the country, you lie and say that they are putting forth a lie, that this is political violence from the left? Of course it is. And we know pretty much the transgender message here and the hatred of Kirk because of that. Today, we see it again, apparently, with the shell casing. And no amount of denial from Jimmy Kimmel and a one-night audience screaming the First Amendment by the very people. Well, we have a cut here of Kimmel, Henry. This is Kimmel. I mean, this is almost, this is cut 12. And again, I don't think most of this stuff is unrehearsed. I think he knows pretty much exactly what he's going to say. Here's what he said about people who were not vaccinated.
Hospitals get any more overcrowded, they're going to have to make some very tough choices about who gets an ICU bed. That choice doesn't seem so tough to me. Vaccinated person having a heart attack, yes, come right on in. We'll take care of you. Unvaccinated guy who gobbled horse goo. Rest in peace, Wheezy.
Hey, Kelly and Mark. Okay? That's the caring Jimmy Kimmel. Now, anybody can have bad, but this is constant, and this is scripted, and this is a monologue. So stay in your lane. My point is, who listens to Kelly and Mark? They get this message out there without any context, and I'm not saying they even know. I'm claiming they don't know. They think this is just First Amendment. How dare you? He's a caring man. Why are you taking away his right to speak? And we explained what the backstory on this is, what this really is. So I'm lighting candles that these affiliates, Sinclair and Nexstar, are not going to capitulate. They're 1/4 of the affiliates. If they don't, this is going to be an interesting showdown. Remember, a broadcast license is different. There is a public duty. All he had to do is come back on Tuesday night, either say he misspoke, give a brief explanation. Of course, I'm not impugning half the country because he routinely does impugn. That was an example. And it's not even someone shows up with active COVID, whatever. He's talking about someone who's a heart attack victim, and they show up and they're asked, are you unvaccinated? You die. Okay, that's humor. Humor's sometimes rough. Don't give me the caring posture then. Don't give us that with all of your buddies. They're out of line, both of them, big time. And the point is, this is how this stuff gets reinforced. 855-839-1210. Jump on board.
My name is Stephen Ridgey, originally from Little Falls, New Jersey. My wife went to some of the crash-proof events, and what the wife is interested in, naturally, the husband has to be interested in. So I went, and I was intrigued, and I decided to pursue it further. And since then, I don't worry about money at all anymore. In 2025, I got 6.5%. That 6.5% is mine. There are no fees. And today, we had a very productive meeting. For 2026, I may only make 5.5% if the market dies and crashes. But I also have the ability to make 15, 17% if the market roars. I know Jerseyans are skeptical. We always are about every little thing. But believe me, I can't thank my wife enough for bringing me to Crash-Proof Retirement.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Spring Mill Country Club on October 7th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation, and Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org. It's Philly sports put to music. Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra coming to World Cafe Live in University City and the Cardinal O'Hara High School in Delaware County, November 19th and 22nd.
I was shocked. The singing, everything was great.
Just the singing and just the mix of the comedy, and you never knew which way they were going to go with it, and it was just entertaining the whole time.
That's Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra coming to World Cafe Live and Cardinal O'Hara High School, November 19th and 22nd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
If you're still waiting for a sign, here's another one. At California Psychics, we reject 98% of the psychics who apply to work for us. So we only connect you with the best. That's how we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. If that's not a sign, I don't know what is. Dramatic sound effect incoming. Experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
Yes, that is right. Let's go to Pat in Lehigh Valley. All right, Pat, what's that Western motif? What's the thing that always happens?
Showdowns. Showdowns with the movies that spend 5 minutes and going over the twitching of the eyes, the throwing back of the poncho.
Right.
I mean, the cigar in the mouth, clenched down.
Yeah.
They look up and they down. You can see the fingers. They want you to get involved. Showdown's it.
Well, that propels me to ask in the showdown, Henry. That's such a dead on. You got to do Tombstone, and we both like Doc Holliday's classic line.
Yeah, I'm your Huckleberry.
There you go. Absolutely. And if you see The Quick and the Dead, I've told you the big stars that are in it. You see they do a lot with the bullet traveling through and dropping the person.
Oh, really?
Including Gene Hackman. Oh, yeah. And the
don't
scene,
spoil it.
And yeah, well, there's that's not a spoiler, but the DiCaprio thing as the kid gunslinger, who may or may not be his son.
Mm-hmm.
You have to see the dying scene there. Really well done.
All right.
Yeah, even for a Western. Really, really different. Gary in Newtown. Hey, Gary.
Hey, Dom. Wonderful show today. Love
Thanks.
love the education that I get when I listen.
Thank you, Gary, very much.
You're welcome. Everybody's going over these things that are the tropes, the common themes, the gunplay. I'm used to watching movies now, and I actually count how many bullets come out of a gun. And it never ceases to amaze me how many times they got multiple shots.
Yes.
Anyway, what interests me the most is you got these guys that get on horseback and they're going to go 2-3 days at a top, and they're going to camp outside. It never rains. They don't need a sleeping bag. They don't need a tent. They don't need food. They just go and they go and they go and they go. It's not the things that you see. It's the things you don't see. And you're like, I can't do that, and I live in a modern world.
That is a great point. You really don't see food, Henry.
No.
Occasionally, some trying to be more authentic Westerns. They show some hardtack or they're cooking something.
Yeah,
up,
I'm trying to think right now. Like maybe
Yes.
bone tomahawk. They have like some rations, but that's about it.
Yeah, it's very, very minimal. That's pretty good. It's what they don't put in. Yeah. Joe in Exton. Joe, what do you have?
Yes. Hello, Dom.
Hi,
Good
Joe.
afternoon. In the late 19th century, the American cavalry would station forts throughout the Midwest to protect pioneers going to California to partake of the gold rush. This idea of the fort is one of the themes of the show Rin Tin Tin.
Thank you, Joe. Somebody had an interesting the Joe of Exton parody account said that Joe knows something about chaps.
Yeah.
They wear their,
All chaps are styled a certain way.
Yeah, styled a certain way. That was pretty clever here. All right.
Those Joes said that too on Twitter.
Let's go to Bill in Souderton. Bill, what's yours today?
Oh, it's Terror in a Tiny Town. It's like they took the cast of the Munchkin cast from The Wizard of Oz and they decided to make a Western. All the buildings are normal.
Right.
They have to they leave their hats on so they can open the saloon door so they don't knock the hats off. And it's a musical.
Thank you, Bill. All right, Kirk, who did you like today?
I'm going. There's some real good ones.
Yeah.
I'm going with Mike from Medford.
Mike from Medford,
Yeah.
which was
He did the Piano Man. during the-
that was a great one. That and the casket guy are on my mind.
Yeah.
The piano guy was very good. Henry, what's yours?
Yeah, so Mike in Medford with the Piano
Yeah.
Man, Greg in the Northeast with shooting the casket maker, and then you know what? I like Pat in Lehigh Valley's answer of the showdown, explaining everything that goes on in those those still frames,
Yeah, and
the twitches,
I like
the
Gary's
looks
too, but
yeah,
I think
Gary's is right there as well. No food or water.
Pat in Lehigh Valley, I think I'll go with when
Oh,
she
all
she
right,
fleshed out the totality of it. That is spot on.
All right.
All right, we'll do it again tomorrow. Stacey Garrity here. Dr. Mark Siegel from Fox will be here about the continuing controversy, and we'll update you on what's happened in Dallas, sadly, again. Rich is next. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt?